In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Welcome. I really hope people don't say I have track marks all over my arms. This is not a good look. Boxing last night, and this is defense. Anytime you got bruises all over your arms, you know what that means. Not a lot got through to here. Oh, I did a shitload of rounds yesterday. Melted away some weight, that's for sure. Holy shit. It was a great night. Ended up being a late night. Was just out with some friends. And meant to walk home a little earlier. But it got a little late. What do you do? Had an awesome time, though. Thank you for all the messages I've been getting, by the way. I'm going to get back to all the Instagram, Twitters, Facebooks, emails. There's been a shitload of people just saying really nice stuff, and I appreciate it, and I'm going to get back to them. I know it drove the haters nuts yesterday. We made up for Monday's shortfall, knocked out yesterday right away, and then they didn't like that. When they would say, like, vile shit about me, that I would go, guys, I don't need these people. Like, ban them. I'm moving onward and upward with my life. Things are going great. Fuck these people. We don't need them. And then that threw them into a fucking tizzy. The thing with, it's been known a lot that I'm the best at troll wrangling, at taking care of these people. Because I know what sets them off. I know what makes them tick. And when you take back control from them, they hate that. Like anybody else with a mental disorder, like anybody else with mental illness. And that's what these people are. They're just mentally ill. They just want a piece of you. They just want to touch. They just want to, please me. So I took that away from them yesterday, and boy, did they go fucking mental. It's like there's 9,000 places you can go on the internet to hate me and think I'm the biggest piece of shit ever. 9,000 places. If they can't have me, they can't comprehend going on living. And I love that. I love that I hold them in the palm of my hands. So, guys, if people cope and seethe about that in the YouTube chat today, guess what? I'm giving my mods free reign to do whatever the fuck they want. Now, jokes. Jokes are cool. Fans making jokes, I love that. Was it JB or BJ? Made a great joke this morning. I thought it was awesome. Somebody else said, headbutt that like button. Because, like, rational, reasonable people know that that's a fucking joke. It's the dumbest, fucking gayest, most untrue, jokiest thing there is. BJ made the Macarena joke, which I thought was really good. So I say, if it drove them nuts yesterday and they didn't like it, then let's drive them nuts today and do the same thing and just watch them seethe. Dr. Silverwolf starting us off today with $5, says, good morning, boss. Good morning. I don't know how many people we're going to have today. I think this is a getaway day. I debated whether or not I was going to do a show this morning, but as the great Chad Zumach says, we're doing it. I'm sore. I am beat up, man. I don't mean to say that I'm getting old or that I'm getting older, but the bounce back from these boxing days they're getting a little tougher. I don't know if maybe, I don't know if it's necessarily age or maybe it's just summer and it's hotter in the gym. It's the old sweat box thing. And it's just making me, I wake up in the morning more stiff, but I'm a bit wrecked this morning. All right, let's go to the audience here on Rumble. Mr. Beat says, top of the morning to you. You got this. Feel better sober. I think he means sober. Thanks, buddy. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be a great day, man. Kids and I are going to the lake. We're going to hang out at the cabin. I think we're going to stay there tonight. Because, like, here in Minnesota, it's the only nice day we're getting for the 4th of July weekend. Like, it's all rain the rest of the weekend. So the kids and I will go to the cabin. We'll hang out with some family. We'll have some fun. And then the rest of this weekend, shit, man, if it's going to rain the whole time, this sounds like a very 1950s housewife thing of me to say, but I think I'm just going to stay in and clean and get caught up on the house. I mean, I hate to be the coolest fucking guy in the world right in front of you like this, but if it's just going to rain the whole time, why not? Not going to be able to sneak golf in, I don't think. Isn't that heartbreaking? Isn't that the worst? I'm not going to be able to go. I haven't golfed in over 3 weeks. It's going to be 4 weeks. Do you understand? I've been out golfing like 6 or 7 times this year. In May and to mid-June, I was fucking crushing it. I mean, not like golfing well. No, I was fucking terrible. But I was like getting out there a lot. And now, not a damn thing. Then one of my best friends that I go golfing with tells me he's got golfer's elbow. Fuck, we're getting old. Dude, we're not even 40 yet. We're just getting out of our mid-30s. And I got guys like, I can't golf, man. Why? I got golfer's elbow. God damn it. What's next? Tendinitis and you're going to be wearing those weird braces on your arms? Motherfucker. I don't want to get old. I get plastic surgery. I get why women are retarded when it comes to getting work done and staying young. For guys, it's more like physical shit. Like the day you tear your meniscus just doing regular daily shit, that's when you know. Like my dad was in his 50s and he just tore meniscus in his knee. And he wasn't like athletic. He wasn't doing anything. It just broke on him. I don't want to do that. I also get Kevorkian too. Like if I tear my meniscus just like walking around a mall, shoot me. Shoot me, G-man. G for God, government. G for godless. Let's continue on here. Radman Racing says morning pussies. Does he mean morning pussies? Like that sounds lovely. You're just surrounded by them in the morning. Or does he mean morning, comma, and then calls the rest of us pussies? I think that's what he's doing. Blitz League says, Sector Aaron, you're so far above people shit-talking in the chat. Oil the steel toe machine and ignore people talking shit. Dude, again, when it comes to troll wrangling, the best thing you can do is not give them what they want and watch them go fucking crazy. And by the way, you know what else gets them, boys and girls? Knocking out the goals. 295 is the number today. You guys went way over yesterday. You guys fucking crushed it. Thank you so much. 295 is today's number. We've also been knocking the goal down by about 20, 30 bucks a day on our own because the numbers are starting to come in and we're doing all right. So we dropped it a little bit for you by about 30 today. Plus, you guys went over yesterday. So 295 is the number. You know what's really going to drive them nuts, guys? Light up PayPal, light up Streamlabs, and call them fake donations. Go ahead and do that. We'll knock this thing out money-wise, and even on the holiday getaway day, we'll get ourselves a win. Thank you, Blitz League. Fauci's Pangolin says, proverb for Aaron. There was a dog named Jeebs whose balls hung to his knees. He did some crack on a bitch's back, and now his balls have fleas. Thank you. I am susceptible to a limerick. Mr. Beat says, Aaron, have you came across Podcast Illustrated? That shit is hilarious. The guy who who makes those animations of me, and it's just like clips of our show and shit like that. I gotta say that shit is funny. I watched one he did a while back. I haven't watched the new one about like the crack house and me and April and the Ricadas and all that. I haven't watched that one, but I've heard from fans who love this fucking show. They're like, yeah, it's mean, but that's like the point of it. He's like making fun of you, but it's really funny. So maybe I'll watch it. Maybe I won't. I'll be honest with you. I'm in a great spot today. Like I'm in a good place. So I don't know if I want to watch something that brings me back to the thing that destroyed my life. But maybe it's a good test to see if you're okay. No, I know better than that. There was also some Ricada news overnight that people were writing me about. Guys, I'm really in one of those there but for the grace of God go I moods. And it's like I'm over the anger stage of grief. And then let's be honest, that's what, it started with me wanting to come clean and bare my soul. And I did that. And I was so happy that I told the truth and did all that stuff. And told the truth anytime anything came out. I'm so happy that I just faced that shit head on. I know it frustrates people who hate me because they want me to run and hide from it. I don't. I address it honestly. And we move on. And that's why we've gained so many fans. There's a sincerity to this show that haters don't like. And it's also not the narrative they want. So they get mad about it. Again, I can't help you. I cannot help you. There's a million places you can go to see about that. I'm sorry that I don't let you do it here. And I'm sorry that drives you nuts. But you're treating me like I'm your E-daddy. And it's really fucking creepy. I mean, don't get me wrong. Another win for the toe. But it still makes you creepy. Be a better whatever the fuck you are. But I don't know if I want to watch the thing. Because, I had the anger stage. I think, last week when I was still doing some Ricada stuff, that was probably the anger phase of mourning coming out. Because I was starting to lay it on. However, my message has always been, if they're getting better, if they're getting help, and they're getting healthier, then I'm rooting for them. Every single one of them. People forget. The guy was my friend. I know it's a weird friendship and it's hard to understand, but he was my friend. Kayla, obviously more than a friend. April, clearly my wife. Some would argue clearly, but loved them all, right? At some point. And so that hurts when you find out that, some evil shit's going on. Or you knew evil shit was going on. You wanted to stop it and it didn't. And it kept going and it got worse. But I don't feel the need to kick anybody. I don't think if I want April to get better, if I want April to be in a healthier place, or I want all of them to be in a healthier place, me kicking them is not going to help. So in my opinion, I saw, I didn't watch them, but I saw some thumbnails from Illicit Clips. I'm a big Illicit Clips fan. And she had some clips of Nick's stream from Monday. I think he did one Monday. And, dude, he looks healthier. That's a good thing. I hope he's off the powder. I hope he's off the booze. I hope he's off of all of it. Maybe the kid thing was a wake-up call. Whatever. I know, look, Camelot's words are always in the back of my head when he's like, they're not sometimes icks, they're addicts. And he's got a more negative view of that than I do. And this was my first experience with addicts, so I don't know. So maybe I should defer to him. But he looked, in the thumbnail at least, he looked healthier. He looked like he'd put some weight on. He looked like he had more color in his face. So, dude, if everyone's getting healthy, I think that's awesome. I think that's really good. I agree with Keanu that I think the best thing would be for all of them to start their lives over separately. But if they're not going to do that, at the very least, get off the smack, get off the junk and get healthier. That would be a good thing. So I know some more documents came out, but I don't know. First of all, I have no idea what they mean. And unless you know me, when it comes to this whole thing, including stuff that comes out about me, if it's not fact, I tell you it's not fact. Like when they said, oh, they found this in Nick's house, I've always been clear and said, I never saw that. I never saw that he had that, So if they produce it and they show it, then yeah, okay, they had it. But if they say they have it, then they probably have it. I never saw it. Or abusive children and stuff like that. They loved their kids. I mean, yeah, the drugs got a hold of them and they didn't pay enough attention to them and all that. But like, they didn't have animosity or hatred or disgust or anything towards their kids. They loved their kids. Addiction's a bitch, you know? So this new document that came out, people wanted me to comment on it. First of all, it's from like, there's shit in there from fucking years ago. And that people change, you know? And things change. And, you know, if it's something that came out that happened a couple weeks ago or a month or two ago, that's different. That's totally different. If it's a new update, be happy to talk about it. But you know the internet likes a pile-on. And I engaged in it. Didn't make me feel better. That's the one thing I would tell people. If you go on the internet and you're like, hey, pile-on time. I can tell you from experience, last Friday I had an epiphany where I went, none of this is making me feel better. Like, temporarily it does. You get that euphoric rush of, like, judging someone. But, like, it doesn't make you feel better. So, enjoy, like, whatever came out. Enjoy it. Do whatever you want to do with it. I'm good. Again, I hope everybody's healthy. I hope everybody's happy. That's what happens. When you move on and you do your own thing, you start keeping your eye on your own bobber, watching your own life, you realize that none of this stuff is healthy. None of it really matters, you know? And I know there's probably people in my chat right now who they think this shit does matter to them and they're getting really worked up and excited and they're really angry with me. That's fine. I'd look in a mirror if I were you. Don't look at me. I shouldn't affect you this much. But, yeah, I mean, you do with it what you want to do with it. I'll do what I want to do with it. I got a great fucking weekend with my family ahead, and I'm incredibly excited about it. Das Optic Nerve says, nice shirt. What's the name of your emo band? Cakes of Doom? Dude, this is a Gordon Lightfoot shirt that Slam Piece got me, and I haven't seen it for years. And she just found it for me again. And fuck yeah. Gordon Lightfoot, one of my favorite artists of all time. So I'm just thrilled that I have this shirt back. Are you kidding me? Bigot on Socialist Media says we should leave those losers alone for a while. Well, you know, whatever you want to call them. It's, you know, we got plenty to talk about on this program. 295 is our number for today. I got an idea. Everybody throw in a few bucks. Let's knock this thing out early because, like I said, I wasn't even sure we were doing a show today. I was like, getaway show, a lot of people taking the day off. I don't know if a morning show is necessarily the right idea for July 3rd. We won Monday, we won Tuesday, we knocked both of those out. I was like, maybe we should just retire on top for the week. You know, we kicked the shit out of a bunch of trolls, drove them nuts. They really hate talking to each other, and I made them talk to each other. It's kind of a win. So let's pack our win and head on down the road. Nah, I want to do a show for you guys. So throw in a few bucks, throw in more than a few bucks if you want. Let's hammer this thing out, make our money today, call it a win all around. I'm now with my Gordon Lightfoot shirt on, and these people in the chat writing Gordon Lightfoot lyrics in the Rumble chat makes me want to do a Rumble Friday. Just get some links sent in here. Fuck it, I'll play them anyway, and if the show gets copyrighted to shit, I'll just take it down, I guess. I don't know. Mr. Beat says, any co-host today? No, wouldn't you know it? Everybody's not doing anything today. I talked to a few different people, and they just couldn't do it. They were just really busy. Gino's got a lot of post-compound stuff going on, and I hope the best for my buddy G. I talked to Gino yesterday, and I'm hoping for the best for him. I know that losing Garrett and Steve was really tough. But that's the kind of guy Gino is. Like, people see this loud, like, Gino's an asshole and Gino's this and that. That guy has a huge heart, like a massive heart. He's always been remarkably good to me. One of those guys who's like such a good friend, it makes you want to be a better friend back and help them out when they need it. So, you know, he's got the compound censored stuff going on. People have done rumors where they're like, Gavin's not going to let anyone do shows outside of compound censored stuff. I'm like, that's not a thing. Like, Pat Dixon works for him and he does like Rumble shows. So I feel like all of those people are allowed to do shit. But, he's fucking crazy busy. I'm proud of him, man. He seems really motivated. He seems like he's really kicking it in the ass. So I'm really proud of him. I agree with Mr. Beat. He's genuinely a good dude. Big heart. He's one of those guys where that's where the internet's kind of retarded because people are like, I fucking hate Gino. He's a piece of shit. He's blah, blah, blah. You do understand when people are doing shows, they have personas, right? That we don't walk around like this all the time. And fucking Gino Bisconti does not owe a bunch of trolls in his chat a big heart. He saves that. What's that line in Cinderella Man? My brains and my balls are for business, and this is business. My heart is for my family. And that's him. Das Optic Nerve says, I hear Gavin is going to ban headbands. Well, I don't think there's a clearer message than that. It's fine. I guess we'll just have to start the Steel Toe Network if Gino can't wear his headbands. All right, guys, lots of stuff to talk about today. Here's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see the Super Chats and the Venmos and the PayPals and the Rumble Rants flow like wine. I'd like to see memberships all over the place. I'd like to see it be a big day for the toe today and get ourselves some W's. So thank you very much. Aaron's period pill with $5 says, I have missed this show. Been way too busy. Well, let's talk a bunch of shit about a lot of different people. Mr. Beat says Owen Benjamin does his own stuff too. I forgot. Owen Benjamin is on censored.tv. By the way, I got an email from Censored yesterday. So, because I'm a Compound subscriber, and I guess it switched over. I don't know if they're calling it Compound Censored or if they're just calling it censored.tv. Dude, they really should keep that Compound name. I mean, that thing did revolutionize a lot of stuff. There's probably no censored.tv without Compound. There's no Gas Digital without Compound, Riotcast, all this shit. Like, Compound started it all off. So I hope they keep that name, in some way, shape, or form. Revan JJ says, I tore my meniscus a year ago, still limp and wear a brace. This sucks. Oh, no. I don't want to, now I don't want to tear my meniscus now at all. That shit does scare me. I don't like that kind of stuff. Those getting old injuries. And then people telling you stories. Oh, yeah, I've had one of those getting old injuries. And when they tell you they've had one of those getting old injuries, it's never like, hey, I had one of those getting old injuries. Stop being a pussy. It's fine. It's always, I had one of those getting old injuries. You're going to die. I don't want to die. Let's go to the text line. A lot of text line people the last couple of days, by the way. It says, I don't hate you. I am sorry. And the message was for my friend at work. I wanted her to see the Mexican Ian Curtis. I don't know what that. Oh, he accidentally sent me a link to something. Okay. Another person, does your shirt say I love food? Oh, and here's a guy, Dawn, with a email that says we support you and Steel Toe. Yeah. A lot of people, because, I legally can't talk about most of that stuff from Monday. A lot of people writing in and going, I had your same situation. I get it. What they say in their email is people make stuff up and it really hurts. I'm not saying that about I'm just saying what they write to me. And I find that very comforting from the people who love this show. So thank you guys very, very much. And again, $2.95 is the number today. Let's go ahead and get some things going. I wanted to open up with people who still feel like the American way of life and like the American culture is still worth fighting for, because I couldn't disagree more. I think it's just, fuck it. Let's just watch the downfall. Let's watch Rome burn, see what happens. Like, I'm Nero, baby. I'm playing that fiddle. I've got my bow all rosined up. I'm ready to play while the fires burn. Like, I don't see stopping Hawk Tuah girl as the thing that's going to turn it around for the United States. Like, I think we've just allowed too much crazy shit to be mainstream, that turning one thing around, it's like playing the most aggressive and wide-spanning game of whack-a-mole. Fuck it. Fuck it, man. You can't. So, like, Jason Whitlock from The Blaze, if you don't know Jason Whitlock, he used to be an ESPN guy. And now he works for The Blaze. And he did some commentary on Hawk Tuah, and it was kind of that red meat, social conservative, Republican kind of commentary where they're like, this is the corruption of the youth, and this is the corruption of the culture. And it's like, dude, we did a thing yesterday about San Francisco Pride where people are pissing on each other in public naked. Like, if you're looking to fight degeneracy, you need a time machine and you need to go back about 30 years because I'm sorry, it's out of control, it's out of whack, and I don't really think anything's going to turn it around at this point. I think we can kind of mitigate the damage. You know, you can maybe contain the wildfire until the brush burns out, but you're still going to be left with the charred remains that there was a wildfire. So if you want to put up a stop sign at Hawk Tuah, first of all, we've always had Hawk Tuahs. We've just never had the recording ability to, you know, capture them in the wild and then put them up on the internet. If you think dumb college whores are a new thing, sorry. Brain dead college hoes are not new. But Jason Whitlock wrote this piece, and I wanted to go through it because part of me, like, feels for the guy, and the other part just says, oh, grandpa, don't, walk away from this one, son. It's bad for you. Because people bother themselves with this shit, like legit bother themselves. People stay up at night worrying about, like, the social climate of the United States. And it's like, guys, it's over, baby. It's done. Just accept that old way is gone. Accept that this new way is here. Yeah, it sucks worse. Yeah, we don't like it. But it's here and there's nothing we can do about it, and just enjoy the show. And people hate that kind of attitude. They think I'm killing the country as much as, like, a Hawk Tuah girl is. But it's like, I know which tides you can fight. I've been around long enough now. I've got enough experience, so to speak, that I know which tides you can push back on and which ones you can't. And Hawk Tuah girl, you can't push back on because she'll push right back up on it. Am I right? So this is Jason Whitlock from The Blaze. He says the consequences of celebrating promiscuity are clear. Fatherless children, drag queen story hour, and pride parade. So we're just throwing everything. We're just throwing everything into celebrating promiscuity. Okay. All right. Celebrating promiscuity that all falls under that. Fatherless children, drag queen story hour. I think that one's a reach, but okay. And pride parades. Is that just because we're all fucking, though? Maybe. See, when I read shit like this, I go, maybe. But what are you going to do? Like, is that, but that's my point. Like, is that a genie you can put back in the bottle? The fuck genie? Good luck squeezing the fuck toothpaste back into the fuck tube. No way. People, the verdict is in. People enjoy it. They are big fans. I've even heard some people take their very happy marriage and they just swap out with another set of partners just because they like fucking. They walk into a room cock first and they make horrible decisions. I've heard this. I've heard people do this. I know it sounds unbelievable, but I've heard these tales. The only way to defeat the insanity, says Whitlock, and perversion of LGBTQIA plus Pride Month is by defeating the insanity and perversion of heterosexual Pride Year. Oh, so he's saying, like, it's us hetero people who are fucking shit up. Like, yeah, the gay pride parades and shit like that may be full of degeneracy and it may be terrible, but he's saying, like, we started it by just going around fucking everything that moves. Ooh, buzzkill. We just wanted to dump some loads, and all of a sudden we destroyed Western civilization. Loads are powerful, man. Jizz is stronger than an atom bomb, I'm finding out. Because we only dropped but 2 atom bombs. We've dropped trillions of loads. And apparently the loads are adding up, and it's destroying the culture. Pride Month ended Sunday with its usual bang, Whitlock says. See, because they butt slam each other with the... The Alphabet Mafia, which, by the way, Impact Wrestling's worst faction. The Alphabet Mafia. I was more of a main event Mafia guy. Took to the streets and showcased their lewd, immoral behavior for the world to see. The gays and transgenders stripped naked, twerked, and gyrated in family-friendly displays intended to highlight their normalcy. Put your goddamn boners away. Now, let me ask you something, though. So that's all true, right? And it's degenerate to do that shit, especially in front of kids. But is it the people doing that? Like, as bad as that is it all the people doing that? Because there have to be parents who bring their kids to that kind of thing and offer them up. But yeah, the gyrating and the sexuality and all that stuff it's disgusting and it's perverted and it's, immoral to be doing that in public in front of God and everybody. But there's also people who bring their kids to that thing where they know that's happening. And dude, do you ever hear people complain? Do you ever hear it's always single moms, but like, or two dads. Like, do you ever hear single moms or two dads complain? They're like, I took my kid to Pride and I was disgusted by what I saw. No, they're celebrating. How can you get them if you don't hook them young, When it's the tobacco companies, it's lawsuits. When it's the LGBTQ community, it's celebrated. It's just interesting. So, Jason Whitlock says a little more here. So now he ties all this Pride Month stuff in with Hawk Tuah. Now, to me, Hawk Tuah girl is like an idiocracy, like a satire of the culture. I don't think anybody's watching Hawk Tuah girl and is like, this is our new Dr. Ruth. She's our new sex gal. This is where we're getting our sex from, is Hawk Tuah. I always kind of took her as a satire of where the culture's been and going. Like, aren't we all I was under the impression we were all laughing at her. Not like, oh, yeah, she's great. That's like these old boomerish type people. Sometimes I think the point of the gimmick is lost on them. Like, Hawk Tuah girl's being heralded as a hero, and you know what that means for our culture? And it's like, whoa, back up, Sparky. Nobody's holding this chick up as a hero. We just saw a slutty 21-year-old going, I'd Hawk Tuah spit on that thing. It's like, she's spitting on dicks. She's just being a hoe in front of the camera. Like, what do you want us to do? Do you want to go to Islamabad and tie her, and like bury her up to her neck and throw rocks at her? Stop it, because I hear some of you pondering it. It was rhetorical. Stop. So, like, I do think this has always been my problem with Republicans is they need to fucking lighten up sometimes. But then again, you could argue, Aaron, isn't lightening up kind of what got us down the path we're on now? Like, maybe if we would have dug in and said, no, man, you can have civil unions for like gay people or whatever, but marriage is going to be a guy and a girl. That's what marriage is going to be, and everyone has the same rights. That's what bothered me about gay marriage is the argument they used for it legally. They were like, well, it's equal protection because you can't have the same rights. You can't have separate but equal. But we didn't. Like, every man and woman had the same rights. Every man was allowed to marry a woman. Every woman was allowed to marry a man. And then gay people were like, well, we're not allowed to marry men. Yeah, but straight men weren't allowed to marry men either. You understand that none of us had that right. That's not how equal protection works. Equal protection works like this. Anything you can do, I can do. Our rights are equally protected. I'm not allowed to marry a man. Why should you be allowed to marry a man? Legally, it doesn't make sense. All right, but if I'm allowed to marry a woman and you're allowed to marry a woman, you can't use the excuse of, well, I don't like women. Well, tough shit. We all have the right to eat fucking ice cream. If you don't like ice cream, I guess you're not eating ice cream, but I'm not infringing on your rights by eating ice cream. You have the same right to have a fucking ice cream cone as I do. You just want yours to be chocolate. That's stupid. That's not even funny. Like, just scratch that one. This is obviously a holiday show. All the cutting room floor material is coming out. But, like, we could have fought against that. And when I say we, I mean, like, society. We didn't. I was one of those cool teenage kids who was like, man, who gives a shit who you love? Just get married. Who fucking cares? And then you realize that, that would have maybe stopped the drag show shit. Or not drag shows. Drag shows are fine. That would have stopped, like, the drag queen story hour and, like, the inappropriate sexual exposure to children of the LGBTQ community. Yeah, if you would have drawn lines in the sand, if you would have drawn hard boundaries and said you can't do this. But, here we are. So on one hand, I think these Republicans are just too fucking into their own morality. But then on the other hand, they could probably make the argument, well, hey, if you guys would have listened to us here, here, and here, the country would be in a lot better shape than what it's in now. Maybe you're right. Jason Whitlock writes, Hawk Tuah girl is a victim of our alleged sexual liberation. We destigmatize whores. Okay, you know what? He's winning me back. Any guy, and by the way, he wrote this article for The Blaze, Whitlock did. Any guy who just comes right out and goes, we destigmatized whores. All right, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention. We sold the lie that eternal happiness is partnered with sexual promiscuity. Ooh, I have experience in this matter. I'd like to speak on it. Sexual promiscuity does not bring you happiness. Let me say this. The fucking at the time is great. The fuck part is awesome. I love the fuck part. I'm a fuck man. I am a fuck man. But there's a saying my dad used to have, and I should cling to this maxim a little tighter. He used to say in regards to relationships, is the fucking you're getting worth the fucking you're getting? And that's a brilliant question, and it's something you should ruminate on. It's something you should really think about. Is the fucking you're getting worth the fucking you're getting? So, I expanded the amount of pussy I was getting a while back by 100%. I doubled it. I ended up being fucking miserable. I ended up in a really bad situation. But I was fucking. But that was about it. After that, it was nightmares. It was cocaine. It was Molly. It was whippets. It was drinking. It was all this shit. And you're just like, fuck. This is a disaster. But you're fucking. So Jason Whitlock is kind of winning me over here. We destigmatized whores, and we sold the lie that eternal happiness is partnered with sexual promiscuity. He is right. It causes a lot of fucking problems because we're not robots. We keep thinking we're robots and we can just fuck things and go. But I'm sorry, me and everybody else who's not a liar, you catch feelings. You fuck something, you kind of get attached to it. So I think there is something in us that tries to tell us, hey, one at a time, pal. One at a time. And we try to ignore that voice and we barrel through it. It creates problems. Many heterosexuals posted videos of the debauchery on social media platforms and expressed appropriate levels of outrage and disgust. It's a June ritual guaranteed to increase engagement and traction. It does little else, he said. Again, Jason, if you're just joining us, this is Jason Whitlock from The Blaze. I mean, we could put it up here, but it's just print. The uncomfortable truth is that pride parades and drag shows are a mirror for the typical red-blooded American heterosexual. We celebrate, center, and flaunt our sexuality and lust 365 days a year. They have Pride Month. We have Pride Year. Dude, Jason Whitlock's starting to win me over. He might be right. We might be on our way to fucking Gilead. The Handmaid's Tale shit. Sewing mouths shut and stuff. Probably be good for a while, right? Then you'd start to feel bad. You're like, ooh, that woman's mouth is sewed shut. I've dreamed about it for a long time, but doesn't make me feel the way I thought it would. The behavior of the alphabet mafia is far more normal than many of us would like to admit. As an example, let's compare the final day of Pride Month with the Zach Bryan concert in Nashville Saturday. The country singer invited Hawk Tuah girl on stage to sing with him. I mean, is that the same as having a fucking fetish booth at a pride parade, though? I'm sorry. I keep going back and forth with Whitlock on this one. Because I think he's making some really good points. I really do. But at the same time, I think he's also kind of morally preening and making false equivalencies. I don't know. I don't think straight people gave birth to the degeneracy that Pride Month became. I think that community did that all on their own. I ain't taking responsibility for that one. Sorry, Jace. Now, whether Hawk Tuah girl knows it or not, this is interesting. She's a groomer. Wow. Remember, Keanu called Nick a groomer, and people went, whoa. But you know what? Usually if you hear people out, you know, there's a nugget of truth in there. They're on to something. Let's hear them out. Her rise to 15 minutes of fame sends a clear message to young girls. You might have a point here. Being a slut will garner you attention, adulation, respect, and access to celebrities. That's true. Guys see a girl with nice legs and big tits, go, Hawk Tuah, spit on that thing. And they're like, fuck. Do I do her? You know what? We're kind of all becoming Dax Shepard in Idiocracy. Like, I like sex. I like banging chicks. I mean, we're all, uh-oh. Like I said, like Whitlock is really making me look at myself and go, fuck, I think he might be right. Now, Hawk Tuah girl is this blonde, sexy red. You guys know about sexy red? Ooh, that's a damning statement. Her sexuality is the gift she has to offer the world. It's not the gift she has to offer a man in marriage. It's the gift that she has to offer the world. So he's basically saying she's the world's hoe. She's a hoe. Here's my pussy. It's for everybody. That's a good point, man. I mean, I can tell you from experience, man, cherish your partner. You know, if you really love someone, if you really cherish someone, you shouldn't be able to think about being with somebody else. And you shouldn't be able to think about the idea of them being with somebody else. That's fucked up. You got something wrong with you. You know, I spent months of my life being like, oh, yeah, that's a society thing. It ain't. It ain't a society thing. We're not breaking from society's bonds. You know, like in a text Kayla sent me once when she said everybody's destroyed, everyone's down. You know, maybe society's right about some things. And I was like, yeah, you know what? Society's probably right. Doing this kind of shit is not good. It'll bury you in the end. The mindset has been normalized through heterosexual America. We center our sexual lust everywhere. You can't watch a movie or TV show without a gratuitous or pointless sex scene. Music is filled with sexual lust. One of my favorite songs played last night, Wrecking Ball by Eric Church. And that song is basically just the most romantic way of saying, I'm going to fuck the living shit out of you ever. So there's that. We should not feign surprise that homosexuals use Pride Month as an excuse to flaunt their sexual behavior. We flaunt ours every chance we get. We normalized a pornographer in Hugh Hefner. We normalized Snoop Dogg and every other pornographic rapper. Wow. I almost feel like I'm being personally attacked here. But I also feel like he's making some points. Labglass says, get out of her bedroom, Whitlock. Ugh. Jason Whitlock is making some sense, though, is he not? Johnny Stickfinger says he fucks men. Well, I don't know that. Fuck you, dude says, I chuckled at the chocolate joke. Thank you. I was talking about poopy. You see, it was a gay poopy joke. This show is very highbrow. Give us money, give us money, give us money. Aaron falls in love when he sees a titty. I don't even have to see a titty. If I get a hug, I'm pretty much done. You mean you like me? I mean, really, if they touch my arm, you know. Somebody told me yesterday, they went, you really do walk into a room dick first. And I went, hey, wait a minute. It's not big enough. But I think I started fighting Whitlock on this one a little early because he's making some good points. We're hoes. But you know what the problem is? It's only those of us who have been hoes that come back and go, oh yeah, hoeing's wrong. Don't be a hoe. And it's like easy for you to say you got to be a hoe. So all these people that didn't get to be a hoe, they're like, well, wait a minute, I want to fuck too. You're like, nah, it's not that great. It's gonna cause problems. It's gonna be worse than you think. And you're like, oh, so you just get to go do it and blow all the loads and then come back later like the ghost of pussy past and tell us that it's not worth it. Oh, cool. So it's kind of like Sarah Silverman doing blackface and then yelling at the rest of us not to do it. It's like, yeah, but I'd like to try. You did. That's right. Pussy in blackface. Same thing. Fucking in blackface. Not as much fun as you think. The grease paint gets everywhere. And use grease paint. It's the most, helps the sheen like skin. Works better. Rather than ushering her to stage to be cheered or reposting the viral video with comments about how cute and likable she is, we should ridicule the next brain-dead tramp who shares her personal sex life publicly. I think I'm on Whitlock's side on this one. Shut the fuck up about it. Be dirty freaks in your bedroom. Be nasty. Choke, bite, whip, beat the fuck out of each other if you want to. Go for it, man. Do your thing. But, like, do we gotta, do we have to advertise? I think that was a complaint a lot of the regulars had about this show. When it was husband and wife, a lot of people were like, all right, we get it. You fuck. Stop it. We don't want to hear about it in public. Like, sometimes you got to think about it and be like, let's say we were at Thanksgiving dinner and this was the conversation we were having. How would people feel? And you'd be like, oh, well, they'd be fucking disgusted by the conversation we're having. There's your answer. God damn, I think Jason Whitlock just turned me like slight Puritan on that one because he's got a point. These hoes is killing us. But then again, it's us leading with our dicks too. I just realized me speaking about my experience and relating it to this, I'm part of the downfall of American culture. Uh-oh. Here I thought, remember I said at the beginning of this, I'm Nero playing the fiddle while Rome burns? I'm the fire. Fuck. I'm trying to be the shepherd, Ringo. I'm trying to be the shepherd. I got some changing to do. Over the course of this polycule, I've seen a lot of people changing about the way I fucked my wife and about the way I fucked your wife. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I can change and you can change, everybody can change. We can Rocky for our culture, boys and girls. Sluts are Ivan Drago. But the indeterminable spirit of Rocky Balboa courses through us all. Socially, that is. Fuck you, dude, says you are part of the problem, Aaron. He wrote this specifically for you. Fuck you, dude, says, I'm a simple man. I hear a poop joke and I chuckle. Yeah. Chocolate, get it? Like from the duty hole. Bigot on socialist media says, I stopped watching porn years ago. It's idiotic now. Should be regulated more. Well, see, now that's the problem. Do you want the perverts and the exploiters who run porn to control it? Or do you want the perverts and exploiters who run government to control it? Because they're both bad. They're both, the porn industry is full of creeps. The government's full of creeps. But as far as I stopped watching porn years ago, it's idiotic now. Shane Gillis does have a good bit on porn. It's like everybody watches it and they try to do what they do in porn. It's like that, but those are professional fuckers. We're all amateurs. I mean, we're all different levels of good, don't get me wrong. And, everybody's different for everybody, but those are professional fucks. Have you seen the way those guys are built? You ain't doing that. Stop it. Just give her a good solid pounding and call her a day and shut the fuck up about it. Jesus. Labglass says Whitlock has never found his Hawk Tuah, never married, and no kids. I don't know. He's making, he's convincing me, look how I came into this story. I was like, fuck it, Whitlock, it's over. Stop being such a fuddy-duddy. Hawk Tuah girl is harmless. And he's like, she's just promoting sluttery. That's a good point. She is promoting sluttery, and we're going with it. I mean, have you ever thought about your dick getting spit on more than since this chick came out? Something to think about. Chevy fan says, what are you even talking about? Well, rewind the show. If you jump in the middle of a story, we try to do our best to let you know what we're talking about. But, sometimes you jump in at an inopportune time. Dead Game says, I still say hang them all. Degenerates deserve a bullet. Bro, you know that I'm going too in that case. Like, I haven't exactly been the most well-behaved boy. So easy with that bullet talk. Jesus. One person writes into the text line, sexual immorality is sexual immorality. Doesn't matter which side of the coin. There you go. Sea-Dog says, do you remember when this show used to pick on radio hosts from Iowa? Those were the days. New boot goofing. Thank you, Sea-Dog. We're picking on everybody. Chevrolet JB says, only thing that bitch made me think of is she must be dry as fuck. I don't know. I think that girl's fucking Niagara Falls. Dude, that's a 21-year-old. She's ready to go. She's a 21-year-old who's Hawk Tuah and on dicks. She's a lot of things. Sexually unprepared does not seem to be one of them. Bigot on socialist media says the Christians were right about all this. You know, it's getting harder for me to argue. I used to argue against that. I used to be like, Christians are fucked up too. But it's like, think of all the social issues that have us all fucked up. And if Christianity warned us about it at any given time. I think the problem is, like, the way Christianity warned us was fucked up. Like, Falwell and Robertson would be like, the hurricanes in New Orleans are because of the queers. And you're like, well, we're not, it's not, the hurricanes aren't because of people butt fucking. Like, it's, like, they didn't make a moral argument of, like, biblical or anything like that. They just went, God drowned a bunch of poor black people because the gays are, well, who dislikes gays more than poor black people? Leave them alone if you're trying to go after the gays. It's like God doesn't understand how different races react to different groups in this country. Do your homework, Yahweh. And then there was it Robertson or Falwell who said, like, 9/11 was America's punishment for wickedness. And I think that's where they fuck up, you know? So you can say, you know, Christianity warned us about this shit, but, like, Christianity warned us about it in a really obnoxious way that made it easy to ignore them. That's all. Guys, we are 295 away from today's goal and 30 minutes of overtime. We've had $5 or $10 come in. Let's go ahead and knock that out. Let's do this thing. I want to have a win today. That would be nice. We're going to have a smaller audience today. I think we got about 700-800 people in here right now. Remember when that used to be our peak and now we're sitting here going, smaller audience today. What do you do? Throw a bunch of money in. Let's get irresponsible and make me feel comfortable about today. Because I was in that mood when I woke up. I'm like, maybe I just cancel today because we're not going to make anything. And, you know, I'm sore from boxing and all that shit. But I don't know. Just go to the PayPal and the Streamlabs and the Venmo. We give you good content every day. You know, you're getting a great show. Help keep it supported and keep it on the air. And let's knock it out. Because I'm just getting one of those vibes in the first hour here that it's not going very well. And the show's been good. So it ain't me. Speaking of Hawk Tuah, she now has a fucking management team. And they now have a career plan for her. Dude, the career plan, I'm sorry, is OnlyFans for as long as you can and then try to retire. Try to make a couple million on OnlyFans. Get a Joe job. And, you know, try to coast for the rest of your life. Here's what, dude, if we had a management team that didn't exist in a fucked up society, this is another point that Jason Whitlock's right. A management team would gather around this Haley Welch, the Hawk Tuah girl, and she would go, all right, what's my career plan? And they're like, ready? Here's your career plan. Stay in school and get a good job, you hoe bag, and stop spitting on dicks. Jesus. You can lick your hand. You can spit in your hand, but I mean, spitting right on the dick. I mean, it's, I just don't know how many stories started with, well, kids, I met your mom and we were at a bar. We went home drunk and she spit on my dick and I've never felt more like a man. You know, I just don't think that's the way. But hey, I'm no Jason Whitlock. $5 from Nicholas, my golfing buddy, over on PayPal. Remember, guys, if you want to do fake donations, that's where your fake donations goes, is towards that PayPal. So the links are in the chat. Go ahead and grab them. That puts us at $290 for today. Let's keep knocking it down. Dude, this time I'm warning, $5 at a time knocks it down real nice. Real nice. So she's got a management team. The management firm Penthouse, well, that checks out, at least that part. The management firm Penthouse has come forward as Haley Welch's new rep, confirming to TMZ that they are, in fact, working with the internet's current obsession. United Talent Agency was originally believed to be Haley's rep, but as sources with direct knowledge told TMZ, the Hollywood agency never inked a deal with Haley. It all worked out for the best, it seems, as founder Johnny Foster made it clear. That sounds like a porn guy's name, doesn't it? You know how he spells Johnny? Jonnie. That sounds like a guy who would be in the Girl Next Door movie. I don't know if you're going to get Johnny Forster doesn't sound very close to Johnny Fister. I just don't know if that's the guy I want representing me. He made it clear the company's excited to be working with Haley, though he stayed tight-lipped about her first project. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm yawning. Oh. I hope we knock it out today because I just don't. I dragging ass through a sleepy show doesn't sound good. Mussolini Diff, becoming a member for 25 months, says walking through a hotel hallway, if it sounds good, it's probably someone watching Pern. If it sounds like someone strangling a bird, probably real. I'll go with that. That sounds about accurate. Yeah, if you hear like perfect sex, like really getting after it, they're watching porn in there. If it's like some grunting mixed with some maybe a moan or a scream or two and then some my hair. That's probably real sex. You know what? I agree with Mussolini Diff on that one. By the way, I don't think that's a direct Mussolini quote either. Ben, thank you very much for the $10 over on PayPal. Let's keep those going, guys. 5 and 10 at a time this early in the morning makes it nice and easy. So if all of you throw in a little bit, we're going to be home free. 280 away from today. Chevy fan says, cancel the show. Only nice day of the rest of the week. Well, I don't pick up the kids till noon, so I got time to do the show, hang out for a little bit, knock out another goal, get a little greedy, and then go get the kids. So we'll be fine. Now, it doesn't really say what they're going to do with the Hawk Tuah chick. I hope, dude, if they're like, oh, you know what we'll do? We'll get her a podcast. Nobody's fucking listening to her doing a podcast. Don't do that. Like, I know it's not very, like, respectable, but neither is the way you got famous. I love when these people get famous for being hoes, and then they're like, all right, how are we going to make me famous? Like, I'm sorry, you're going to have to be a hoe. America seems to love you in hoe mode. It's not like we can reinvent you and make you an intellectual. You literally pantomime spitting on a penis in order to get famous. You're going to have to take the $600 to spit in jars. That's going to be a big one. I think OnlyFans is probably more real, just as realistic as a podcast is. Maybe you can have her do, you know what? Here you go. Mouthwash commercials. Mouthwash commercials sounds like a good idea. The Hawk Tuah thing works great for a mouthwash commercial. Or, here's perfect. A bad tasting beer. So she drinks a beer and she says, Hawk Tuah. She spits out the terrible beer, and then they go, have a Kona Big Wave. There we go. Luke Wilson with $5 says, if I donate enough to reach your goal, will you do 30 minutes less? What are we at, 275? You drop 275 right now. I'll go till 9:30 today. Yes, I'll do a half hour less if you knock out all of the next 275. I'm not going to shit on the guy. If he has a dream and he's willing to pay for it and I'm the beneficiary of that payment, fucking cool. Great. Thank you, Luke Wilson. Chevrolet JB says no more evening shows. We just didn't do evening shows this week because what's the point? I think this isn't an outside week for a lot of people. Mr. Beat says, come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's make today a win for the toe. Okay. Fuck you, dude, says, get a sponsorship for those mints that make your mouth water. I think that Hawk Tuah girl could, if she wants to scrape up some endorsement deals, she could probably make a quick buck that way. But, dude, the clock is ticking. Like, she doesn't have much time left on this thing. She'd better Hawk Tuah on her 15 minutes. Otherwise, she's going to be fucked. But she's got a management team now. They're gonna figure it all out. Let me listen to this.
And now America's sweetheart addresses rumors about her personal life. No, not Julia Roberts. The Hawk Tuah girl.
I hate TMZ. I hate this kind of TMZ. We don't need to do this. Can you just play the clip?
So everything has just been made up.
Oh, yeah. Like, none of it's true at all.
Haley Welch, a.k.a. the Hawk Tuah girl, is speaking out for the first time.
Yes, Haley did her first interview since that clip of her went viral.
Oh, you gotta give him that Hawk Tuah and spit on that thing.
Yeah, that clip.
Haley went on the Plan Brie podcast and...
Oh, shit. Here's a text from a listener. I meant bounce your kids on your knee when I said Aaron is getting his knee ready for his kids. I got timed out. You know I don't think you... Oh. Hey, guys, come on. Be cool. Don't... Jay Warren. Get Jay Warren his spot back. Jesus Christ. I turned my mods loose. That's just for people who are vitriolic in their hatred for the show. Like, it's not for anybody making a joke. I think some of the jokes are funny because it exposes how ridiculous the whole thing is and how stupid it is. And how untrue. Guys, hey, mods, you got to be able to separate vitriol and, hateration from holleration in this dancery. So, go back, find Jay Warren, unmute him, please. That would be nice. Oh, and if you think you were cut loose unfairly, write to me. I'll check on it for you. But I usually know the cunts. And if you're a cunt, you got cut loose for a reason. You're just jealous and you're mad that you don't have access to me anymore. Fucking win like a man, lose like a man. Sorry we're handing you L's.
And she straightened out a couple of things that a lot of people have been saying about her. So a lot of people have said that she's a preschool teacher that got fired after the video went viral.
I'm not even old enough.
That's fucking retarded. She's 21. How many 21-year-old preschool teachers do you know? Shut up. God, people are stupid. Imagine making that up, too, because it's not true, so somebody had to make it up. So they're just like, oh, yeah, she's a preschool. Imagine, having so little to do with your life. This is where the internet just really is full of the mentally ill. And the problem is we've allowed them to be mentally ill openly, so now they think they're normal, and they're so not. And then you try to tell them they're not normal, and they go, what's your fucking problem? Somebody made up that she's a preschool teacher. Out of nowhere, not knowing anything about her. Just made that up. It's retarded.
Enough to be a teacher. I worked in a spring factory.
And obviously her biggest customer was Wile E. Coyote.
A spring?
All right, I'm done. I'm not fucking doing this. I'm not watching a shitty, overly done TMZ video. I'm now done with Hawk Tuah girl for today. Jesus Christ. Dead Game said, then if someone paid the goal, would you end a half hour earlier? LOL. I thought that was funny. Nothing wrong with that one. Oof. I've got, my knuckles are in rough shape today. I threw too many punches. I took too many punches. I'm fucked up. I think a little ibuprofen might be in my future today. No lie. What are we at for this morning? We're at 275 away from today's goal. All right, guys, we're under 300 by 7 o'clock. That's pretty good. Sneeze coming. Uh-oh. Here we go. Wait a minute. It's not. I can feel it, but it won't. I feel like if... We're good. I don't think it's going to happen. 275 is the number for today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, Super Chats. Let's get all the money in and let's make it another win for the toe and make it a perfect week and get the streak back to 3 shows. This is funny. I need your guys' help for this one. I wish somebody was available to co-host today because we would have had a great list put together for this next part here. Queer food. Now, I've been called queer bait when I was a youngster. I mean, it's a common taunt where I'm from. But queer food I've never heard of. Now, we've watched those commercials for gay Uber. Remember when Uber Eats had like that thing where they had gay-friendly foods? It was so fucking disgusting because it was like all foods that you could butt fuck with without weird poop. And it's just like, like I want to puke right now talking about it. Uber gay-friendly eats. Postmates, that's what it was 2 years ago. For Pride Month, Postmates did a butt sex friendly menu. Yeah, it was called the bottom friendly menu. I'm not making this up. Here.
What are you eating this Pride? Well, if you're a top, it seems like you can eat whatever you want. But if you're a bottom...
Like, what the fuck, dude? Why does this need to be an advertisement for food delivery? Why is the most unappetizing thing in the world being used to sell food? I don't care. Like, even if you're gay, the thought of butt sex still has to be fucking gross. It's a wiener in a butthole, for God's sake, man. No. Ugh. I mean, you can do it, and it can be a thing you enjoy. Fine, good, cool, whatever. But that doesn't mean that we talk about it in a commercial. I'm starting to turn into Jason Whitlock over here.
You're expected to starve? Not this Pride. Introducing the
I mean, you probably should. You're probably a little twink anyway.
bottom-friendly menu from Postmates. We teamed up with Dr. Evan Goldstein from Bespoke Surgical to bring you a...
Wow. Dr. Evan Goldstein. So he's the doctor that found a way to make our culture more degraded and degenerate. Oh, nothing. I'm just glad Dr. Evan Goldstein could find a way to involve himself in the culture in a way that kind of, I don't know, degraded it. It's just, thought maybe his name would be Johnson or something, but no. Evan Goldstein. Changing the culture.
Menu of bottom-friendly foods backed by science. Insoluble fiber won't help you feel cute, so avoid things like whole grains.
You know what doesn't make you feel cute? A big old dick ramming into your butthole. That cannot feel good. Oh, well, you should try it sometime. No. No, thanks. Hey, too much fiber in your diet will make you feel bloated. You know what else will make you feel a little cramped and uncomfortable? A tallywhacker in your shit cutter. That'll make you feel uncomfortable a little bit.
Bran, cauliflower, potatoes, legumes. Hold up. Are you just fully diving into those beans?
Oh, get it? Because you're going to fart on a dick. Oh, because nobody wants farting on a wiener when it's... Ugh. Stop. We get it. You guys fuck. Jason Whitlock's right. If straight people wouldn't behave this way, then gay people wouldn't behave this way. We all have to put a stop to it. No talking about sex in public anymore. Sorry. We all know how to do it. We'll all figure it out.
The problem with these foods is they don't dissolve in water, which could cause a traffic jam in your digestive system, making a mess of your evening. Speaking of messy, it's a...
Why do we have to show it like it's poo-poo? Stop. Now I want that that Ugandan minister to say some words. And sometimes they even eat the poo-poo.
Idea to avoid dairy.
I cannot handle lactose right now. Look at her.
If you're going to eat something insoluble, give your body about 24 hours to process all of it.
You know, before you take a shaft. Ugh. Why? And then it's this weird thing where if you go, ew, fucking gross, how about we don't talk about that? Then all of it, this is how you know that the culture's gone way too far, is that you go hey, how about we don't fucking discuss it? Now you're the problem. Now you're the one who's oh, so you're homophobic? It's no, I don't want to hear about Fucking what foods you eat. What foods go well with butt sex? Like, would you do that if you go to a restaurant? You're like, excuse me, garçon, could you tell me which red goes well with butt fucking? No! Shut up and order your food. The rest, that's got to do with you guys. You deal with that privately. Thank you to Katie for $15 over on PayPal. Very nice. Hey, guys, we're doing great. We're 260 away from today. You guys keep flooding in with those 5, 10s, and 15s. We'll be knocking that thing out in no time. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. About 800 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. It's going to be a smaller group today, but I think it should be still enough to knock out a little 265 or 255, wherever we're at. 260, sorry. We're right in between. Like butt cheeks. Ugh. Like, I'm sorry. It's, I don't know how else to say it. It's degenerate and filthy. It's degenerate and filthy, and we got to stop talking about it in public. You know, it was a great policy looking back. This was a great policy, and people, they kind of shit on it. Like Bean Wiener, they kind of shit on this policy. It was called Don't Ask, Don't Tell. It was the policy in the military. Instead of like saying gays can't be in the military, ew, icky, sticky, no way. Instead, we just went, well, seeing as when we're in a foxhole and our lives are on the line, it doesn't really matter if we want to blow each other or not. How about we just don't fucking talk about it? All right, sounds good. Good for the unity and morale of the troops. Let's go with Don't Ask, Don't Tell. But then just like everything else, gay people were like, no, come on, we have to be able to talk about all the butt fucking we like to do. Why don't you let us talk about our butt fucking all over? Because it's fucking rude. All right? It's gross. I don't care. I can't talk about my gay pride. You shouldn't want to. Like Patrice O'Neal said, I can love a man. And it's not gay until I'm fucking him. So when you're talking about gay, you're talking about butt sex. Enough. We've fucking tolerated it for long enough. We've listened to you. We've heard what you had to say. I have bad news for gay people. You have nothing interesting left to tell us. We don't care. And everything that we might care about, you've said it already. Shut the fuck up. Nobody's trying to persecute you anymore. Nobody's trying to take your rights away. In fact, you've got more rights than straight people at this point. You're allowed to marry dudes. Straight people ain't marrying dudes. So you get to marry a woman if you want to, and you get to marry a dude if you want to. Straight guys ain't marrying any dudes. That was an Adam Sandler movie once. That's all. So, like, you've gotten your special treatment. This is my problem with the LGBTQ IWGP fucking New Japan World Championship, is that it's never enough, and there's never a fucking thank you. You know? I don't want to shit talk anybody, but in a recent relationship of mine, I always felt like I was kind of taken advantage of in a way, and not like there was no gratitude like towards anything I may have done that may have been like nice or anything like that. And so like you sit there and you do and you do and you do, and then the person's like, all right, what next? All right, what's next? All right, what's next? It's like, could we fucking end it at thank you? That's really nice of you. I've got it from here. Nope. What's next? More. It's the LGBTQIA plus community. More. Hey, we gave you gay marriage. Game over. We're done. Can we stop talking about this? What about trans people? That's not a thing. Oh, yeah, well, I feel like that's between you and your therapist. Fucking talk to each other. I don't need to know. It's not important to my day-to-day. But then you have like, fucking this bottom foods and articles about, like, there's an NBC article out today. It's like, did you know there's such thing as queer food? There's not. There's food. Oh, my God. $4.99 says, Oh, from JS as a fan of Toe, but fuck you. You're being a cunt. Thanks for the $4.99. I'm sure that you really feel that way. Yeah, I let that happen. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. What an absolute dick. Spider Bite says Kiki will never do Steel Toe again. Confirmed. Oh, that's funny because I talked to her this week. Sorry. What a fucking douche. Ugh. 255 away from today. Thank you guys very, very much. You want to send another 199 that says, oh, yeah, she's not doing the anniversary show. You guys are fucking desperate. I'm sorry that this stuff doesn't kill me. I'm sorry that you guys are so see-through. I'm sorry that we see through all you guys and that you're getting salty now because we don't need you and we just get rid of you. But I mean, you guys are desperate at this point. Front Porch Conservative with $9.99 says for the toe. Thank you, buddy. Says, may you and your family have a happy 4th of July weekend. Thanks, pal. Appreciate it. See, that's called a fan of the show. You don't want to be a fan. Like, I have no problem if you don't want to be a fan of the show. That's totally fine. You can hate my guts. You can think I'm the most terrible guy in the world. I ain't letting you come into my house and spew retarded shit. I'm not letting you. Sorry. And by the way, Spider Bites, no offense. You've said that numerous times in the past. And you've said that other people aren't going to do this or other. Your batting average is about 0. I hate to do this to you, buddy, but both of them would have told me first before you ever found out. So, sorry. Sorry, bud. Sorry that didn't work out for you. 250 is today's number. Go ahead and fire away. Throw in the Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, etc. Yeah, guys, you got people being cunts like that. I've told the mods, go ahead and get rid of them because it drives them nuts. They hate it, and then they cope about it, and I like it. So fucking cut them loose is what I say. So queer food. Here we go. You guys go ahead. We're going to add to this list. Obviously, like cucumbers, eggplant, kiwis, because they're like a couple of hairy balls. That could be queer food, right? What constitutes queer food? Is it? I'm so immature. Like, my idea of queer food is all the ones that look like dicks and balls. Get it? Because but that's all they fucking talk about. So it makes sense that well, clams, obviously, for lesbians, clams would be one of them. That makes sense. A lot of seafood. I bet you didn't know there was such a thing as queer food, did you? And before you start listing all the strangest foods you've ever heard of, octopus, pigeon, slug, we're not talking about odd foods. We're talking about foods for the queers. You can call them queers now, I guess. I guess calling them queers is a thing. I didn't know that. I thought that we had I thought that we couldn't say. I thought that we couldn't say queer anymore. I thought that was not okay. I guess we can't. Now we can say queer? Queer is cool? Fuck me, I didn't know. So the term queer food has become increasingly popular with the rise of queer restaurants. That's the other thing about the last 10 years or so that's got me fucked up. So now segregation is awesome. Because every time Joy Reid flips out, or every time Tajari P. Henson, or whatever her name is, goes nuts, she's always talking about, oh, they're going to repeal the civil rights laws and shit like that. Yeah, we're going back to segregated buses. Stop it. They're going to take away everybody's right to vote. Well, you do know that about 90% of us shouldn't be allowed to make decisions on the future of this country. Have you seen these people? They make Hawk Tuah girl famous. Do you really want them picking who's in charge? It would explain a lot why we're in the situation we're in. But like queer restaurants, this kind of restaurant, whatever happened to a restaurant just being a thing that wanted to make a bunch of people happy so they made money? Now it's like, I've got to be queer. Why? You understand that like 95% of the population isn't. Like 95% of us is not gay. So if you go like, I'm just a queer restaurant, it's like, well, I don't know how long you're going to make it serving 5% of the population. But it's unlikely that two people will give you the same definition of what queer food is. I'm going to say churros are probably a big one. Churros, that's any hot, I mean, obviously brats. Hot dogs for the respectable one, brats and kielbasa for the absolute whores, right? For some, queer food is simply food made by queer people. See, like, that sounds like something a straight bigot would say. He's just like, oh, no, I can't eat that. I can't eat that steak. It was made by a queer. It's queer food now. It's like all the things that bigots used to say are now the things that people in that community are saying. So do, like, those people get a retroactive apology in a weird way? Because they were like, no, you can't let that restaurant cook it. That's a queer restaurant. They're making queer food. And like now you're embracing that term. So what is queer food? Aside from a term slowly gaining traction in certain corners of the LGBTQ community, the question was the subject of the Queer Food Conference at Boston University. One of the founders of the conference, Megan Elias, the director of the university's gastronomy program, declined to give a rigid definition. Well, how about a limp definition? Because she noted it can mean so many different things. What queer food means for Elias is circumstantial, she said, and it's up for conversation. No, there's just food. There's no, like, maybe, I don't know if you eat it seductively and you, like, suck on it before you bite it. I get maybe, does that, there's just food. If you're gay, eat the food. If you're, everything's got to be gay. Everything's got to be not gay. Everything's got to be white. Everything's got to be black. Like, again, like we're segregated. Like, segregation is cool now, apparently. Like, segregating shit is okay, but only when certain people do it. I don't fucking know. That's like that sports bar that opened. Remember that sports bar where they were like, we're only going to show women's sports? And it's like, even with Caitlin Clark, that's a losing proposition. I'm sorry. Deranged Lunatic with $4.99 says, Jason Whitlock used to work here in Kansas City until he started speaking the truth. Then they let him go because he couldn't handle it. Or they couldn't handle it. I mean, Jason Whitlock's an opinionated dude. There's no doubt about it. He fucking gets after it, man. JL Not Here with $2 over on Rumble says, you and Front Porch Conservative need to do a current event stream. Brian Ken might help this gay show become more hetero. Oh, shit. I like Front Porch Conservative. Maybe I will. John Myers with $1.99 says, gay food is food that boosts the immune system. Oh, any food that boosts your T-cell count. I see. Oh, I got to take my queer food. Oh, probiotics? Is that what we're talking about? You know, you need to promote good gut health. Whatever breaks down the cum. See, it always, no matter how you try to talk about these things, it always devolves into basically brat jokes, wieners and butthole jokes, and cum. It's where it always kind of ends up accidentally. Well, there you go. Now you know that there's queer food. I don't think they tell us what the queer foods are. Alex Ketchum, she says she's queer too, says, I think food allows us this way to take on the challenging and the difficult and yet kind of reaffirm our own community and then create a space that reinvigorates us and literally nourishes us. You're mentally ill and you need help. You need to get help. Nobody thinks that way. Oh, man, I need to take on the challenging and difficult and reaffirm my own community, and that it's a fucking sandwich. Shove it in your pie hole and shut up. God damn. You know, eating this pastrami on rye really reminds me that our community struggles to... Shut it. Nobody cares about what your food does for your community. Oh, is that bacon I smell in the morning? Oh, yeah, man, I love bacon. Yeah, you know what else I love? Reaffirming the rigorous challenges and difficulties that our community... Can I eat fucking breakfast, please? That'd be nice. Everything about queerness to me is about community. Oh, really? Because to me, it's mostly the butt sex thing. But okay. It's about identity within community. When I think about being queer, I think about being queer with others. Look, I ain't going to deny you that. It does seem to be that way. So I think about queer. So if I think about queer food, it's about eating with others. Eating that ass, am I right? Ugh. Why? To me, says another queer named Ludwig, queer food is nourishment that goes against the grain, goes against power. What are you talking about? You guys are in power. There was a dude in a dress with a beard hanging out next to fucking Biden on the White House lawn. You guys aren't like on the outside looking in. You're fine. You're okay. You're going to be all right. Queer food is food that makes us reflect on who has this kind of time? MSO says QFM, queer food matters. Queer food matters. Queer food matters. Chevy fan says, I don't know what queer food is, Aaron. Check in your fridge. Hey, wait a minute. Fauci's Pangolin says, queer food is anyone who makes pudding from their buddy's ashes so you can feel them slide out of their ass one more time. Why? Big Hit on Socialist Media says, let's compare the percentage of retards in the USA from 1994 to 2024. Grand Poobah says, I think we can all agree Go-Gurt is probably the gayest of foods. Chevy fan says, queer food is a paralyzed toddler. Jesus Christ, man. I mean, holy fuck. 245 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Oh, man, we're sitting at about 900 of you checking out the show. Not bad, especially when I really thought today's show was going to be way, way down. We're about 100 or 2 off the pace. That's about it. Tridio with $2 says, do SpaghettiOs count as queer food? Yeah, I think, do SpaghettiOs count as queer food? Nah, you got to be pretty straight to eat SpaghettiOs. That's some hearty Italian in a can. JL Not Here with $1 says, unlike the Bloodhound Gang, if your butt was a Chinese restaurant, I would not eat the poo-poo platter. Thank you. Coltrane says, outside of vegans, gays are the most attention-obsessed people. A buddy of mine is gay, and everything he talks about is through the gay lens. The gay lens? Wow, that'd be an interesting lens. Wouldn't it the gay one? King Kong Dong says, when I go to Arby's, I just imagine eating some beefy tips. Trucker 18-wheeler says, avocados are queer food. All right. So we're getting a list. I love that you ask gay people, like, hey, what is queer food? And they're like, oh, no. It's like, but you just made it up. And I'm like, I know. It's just food that makes me think about my problems. Oh, so you eat your dad? It's kind of, I'm sorry, it's just kind of weird to me. $240 is our number today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, etc., etc., etc. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. I like this guy. Some people refuse to go along with the way society is, and they'd rather see society become something different, and they're going to go against the grain to make that happen. This next guy is a great example of that. First, RedMed20 on Rumble says Dookie is queer food. See, now that just seems immature. That's just immature. Cool Boy with $2 says, can Aaron fly solo? Yes! We are rounding out the holiday week with a solo show. People like these. They enjoy the solo shows from time. Somebody said something mean yesterday, though. They said, show's getting better. What are you doing? Less shows with Johnny and more solo shows? It's like, what? Why? Why do you have to be a cunt? What was the point of that? What happened? What was the end result of all that? Thank you, cool boy, for the $2. I appreciate it. $240 is our goal for today. Throw in those fake donos on PayPal. Those are the coolest. Otherwise, Rumble, YouTube, Venmo, etc. Thank you guys very much. Hit like, hit subscribe. That subscribe button is good. Go ahead and fire that off. Thank you to Oz Best Second Mike for $50 over on Venmo. Wow. Thank you, Oz Best Second Mike. That's incredibly nice of you. We're cruising today, boys and girls. 190 away from knocking it out and calling it a perfect week for the toe. Thank you, guys. 190, I think now's the time to really go on a run and just maybe hammer the whole fucking thing out, because we wanted to get under 200 by 8 o'clock, and we're over a half hour ahead of that. So thank you, guys, so very, very much. All right, so the guy who refuses to go where society wants him to go. I like this guy. He's in Claremont, Florida. And he doesn't want to be watched by drones. He doesn't like the surveillance state. He doesn't like any of this shit. So he decided that he was going to start blasting drones out of the sky. Now, he got arrested for it, but he's putting up a fight. The only problem is he wasn't taking down a CIA drone or a deep state drone or anything like that. It turns out he just shot a Walmart drone out of the sky. Just, somebody trying to use a drone to deliver some groceries to someone's house. He said, fuck it, I've had enough.
News exclusive right now. A man is accused of shooting down a delivery drone in Claremont.
You know what I love about this? That guy looks exactly like I thought he was going to look. I thought maybe a beard and maybe a baseball cap, but that looks exactly like this guy too. He's just fucking had it with all this newfangled technology you kids are putting out there.
He says he thought it was spying on him.
Now he's charged with a felony. Fox 35's Kelsey Cairns is live in Lake County tonight. So, Kelsey, you spoke to the man's lawyer. What did he say?
Yes, and there's certainly a lot of questions surrounding this whole drone getting shot down, according to reports. Now, deputies say that man shot the drone with just a single shot using his 9mm gun.
Nice. Took out a 9mm and popped it right out of the sky. That's a good shot. Boy, when the revolution comes, this guy's going to be sought after.
But his lawyer says he was acting in self-defense.
I fired one round at it. Now they say I hit it, so I must be a good shot.
I love this guy. I hit the drone. I'm a very good shot. When I hit the drone, I said, oh, I must be a good shot. I like him. I hope he's not going to be in too much trouble. He should compensate Walmart for the drone. I know he thinks that the drones are spying on him and all that stuff, but I don't think it's Walmart. I don't think Walmart's trying to get a look in. Maybe they were trying to sneak a peek at his pantry so they could, put some pop-up ads on his phone, but I doubt it.
Lake County deputies say Dennis Wynn shot a Walmart delivery drone, costing thousands in damage. His attorney says he was defending himself.
Mr. Wynn was defending his property. He felt that this drone was invading his private property. He is a homeowner.
A deputy report said,
I like that. I think we should make that precedent. I don't like the idea that drones can just, it's airspace, so it's not technically yours. I think if a little drone flies over your property, you should be able to shoot it out of the sky. I like that idea. I would rather have that and then deal with the misunderstandings that come from that than just let people fly drones in people's yard. That'd be fucking mayhem.
As Wynn shot the drone down with his 9mm pistol on Wednesday. That same report says the drone, which was operated by Drone Up Delivery Service, was flying overhead Wynn's property. And when it began to descend with its payload from 230 feet in the air to 75 feet overhead, the drone's operator heard a loud bang, which is when Wynn allegedly shot it.
As far as the property, traditionally, you don't really control the air above your house. And just like you don't have mineral rights underneath it, right? I mean, there's a limit to...
Which is also fucking bullshit. So, if you dig in your backyard and you pull a Jed Clampett and you get some oil, you don't own it. Fuck that. I think if you own the land, you own everything on it and in it. So if they find a gold vein in your property, you own it. It's yours. sell it to a developer or something like that for a greatly increased price.
What you control. And so technically someone can fly it over your house.
The report says the drones deliver for the Walmart location on Johns Lake Road in Claremont and operate over a 2.4-mile radius. When it was shot, the drone sustained damage to its payload system.
He has no prior criminal history. He's a responsible gun owner. He was a member of the Coast Guard where he received firearm training and safety over the years.
That doesn't necessarily mean that you have the right to shoot at anything flying over your house.
All right, look, buy Walmart a new drone and let's call it a day. That would be fine. Let's make that the policy moving forward. You pay Walmart for a new drone, you get to shoot them out of the sky when they're over your property. I like it. That should be the way we go.
Now, Wynn is facing charges related to this whole drone shooting incident. He was released from jail earlier today on bond. Reporting live in Lake County tonight, I'm Kelsey Cairns, Fox 35 News.
She's cute. I like her. She probably does a great job at work. That's what I meant to say. I like him. He's not taking any shit. He doesn't like the fucking drone up above his house, so he's going to shoot it out of the air. I'd rather have that. Because think about the alternative. Oh, you don't own the air above your house. How about up to a certain amount of feet? You do. Because otherwise, like, people are gay. Like, they can just bring drones and fly them over your house and just have them hover there. No, you should be able to pick them right out of the sky. Schmitty with Schmitty 911 becoming a member for his 24th month. Holy shit. Thank you, buddy. And Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says, was that a freaking Beverly Hillbillies reference? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I did make a Beverly Hillbillies reference, and I'm happy about it. J. Brock Contrarian, hey, Aristocox. He says, this story is droning on. Lander says, property doesn't stop at ground level. There is no legal description of such other than the airlines, which fly extremely high, and this dude is wrong. You can obtain mineral rights. You should, mineral rights should just come with buying the house. That's such a stupid fucking government rule so they can take your shit away from you if you find something valuable. I hate that. Like, oh, yeah, it's, you don't have mineral rights, so that gold or that coal or whatever the fuck you found on your property, yeah, you don't technically own that. Shut up. Yes, I do. And I will be selling this for a fortune. Thank you very much. Landers says, property doesn't stop at ground level. There is no legal description of such, other than the airlines which fly. Oh, I just did that one. I'm sorry. King Kong Dong says, I'm on the shooter's side. Coltrane says they make kits that can take over the drone's remote system and also ones that deploy nets at them. Mr. Beat says 140 grain bullet falling down from the sky can do a lot of damage. That's true. If you start shooting at drones and guys start missing, then you got yourself a problem. Mr. Beat says shotgun with birdshot is a safer option. Well, there we go. Blow the thing out of the sky with an old-timey scatter gun. That's the way to go. Thank you guys very much for all of your generosity towards this program. Oh, look at this. Here's another fake donation, someone says. $5 over on PayPal. That's another fake donation for the toe. And that puts us now at $185 for today. Thank you guys for all the contributions today. $185 is our number. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, memberships, etc. About 900 of you checking out the show on a holiday. Appreciate that. We're going to do a full show today, probably overtime. You guys are doing great. If you want to keep rallying, that 185 is not going to be hard to knock out, and we're only at 735. Thanks, guys. I don't know. Do you want to do Rumble Link Friday? I'll tell you this. I am fucking wiped today. Boxing last night took a fucking beating. I don't want to say that I might need a Celsius today, but shit, I might need a Celsius today. I'm not sure. I just, well, and also, I one thing I love about our gym is it's like it's one of those old sweat boxes. Like there's no air conditioning, so in the summertime, you can really work the cardio. Cardio's working. Oh my God. You guys are gonna hate this next one. I might as well put the links in the chat now, just in case you guys get mad. Lander's saying Celsius is queer-friendly food, Aaron. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Bigot on Socialist Media says maybe if you have a rest tomorrow, might be refreshed for Friday. Oh, we're not doing a show Friday. No. I am taking the rest of the week off. I mean, starting to feel like I should have stayed in bed today. I mean, you guys have been incredibly supportive, and we're going to knock out that 185, but I'm just looking at the clock, and I'm like, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Fuck. All right, let's continue on. I love that there was one guy who threw us 199 to say, oh, Keanu's done with Steel Toe. Like, really? That's interesting because we were just talking. But okay, you know better, pal. I saw clips and she was on with that John, which, I mean, what's the point? And he was just gaslighting the fuck out of her. Like, she would be like, I love Aaron. I think Aaron's great. I love doing his show, blah, blah, blah. He's like, you can't. You have to say right now that you're not doing it. And then she would start talking and be like, he's my friend, and blah, blah. And he would just interrupt her and just be a cunt. And it was like such a wannabe tough guy interview. I mean, if John wants to do that fight on August 24th, I'll smack the living shit out of him. I mean, that guy's a punk. He really is just, he's not a pimple on my ass, man. And he wants to be so bad. And he tried so hard to like bully and gaslight the shit out of Keanu. And she's like, by the end of the interview, she was just giving answers to placate the guy. It's like, all right, yeah, John, sure. All right. Yeah. I mean, basically it was like, yeah, he's a piece of shit. Okay. What do you want me to say? Like, she literally at one point said, what do you want me to say? I'm giving you my answers and you don't like them. And then he starts gaslighting the fuck out of her. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, if my friends and I don't play out our relationships on the air and you want us to. Again, John, Patrick, other people, I'm sorry you don't have real relationships in the real world and real friendships. But yeah, we just talk to each other. Like Gino and I were texting yesterday. Keanu and I will talk on the phone. Gino and I will talk on the phone. You do know that's how we operate, right? That like this isn't a circus just for you. Again, I feel bad. I feel like your dad that I have to sit you down and explain these things. But I mean, I'm used to it at this point, to be honest with you. I'm kind of used to being your guys' daddy. Former First Lady, you guys are going to hate this. Do not shoot the messenger on this one, but I kind of called this. I predicted it. I'm still not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying when you go hypothetically, former First Lady Michelle Obama is the only Democrat running ahead of former President Donald Trump in a hypothetical matchup, according to the poll. Now, Michelle Obama beats him nationally in the polls, but I'm sure if you broke it down by state, I bet you Trump still wins the Electoral College. This is my whole thing with like replacing Biden or not replacing Biden because, the news is losing their fucking mind now. And Democrats, like there's actually Congress people who are asking him to step down. And I don't know if they mean from the race or from like the rest of the presidency. And I guess if he's not going to run, what's the point of staying there? But, I guess he can play out the string if he wants to. But the problem with replacing him is it's like firing a football coach mid-season. Okay, are you going to put somebody in who's going to make you a winning team right away and you're going to get everything figured out and you'll be fine? Probably not. So you might as well just hang on to this guy, let him play out the rest of the season, see how he does. Unless you got somebody in mind that you want to see how they do and see if they're your answer for next season. I think really with the way the Democrats are fucked this year, I think they ought to just run Joe Biden. That way, if they want anyone else to run, they don't damage them for 2028 and they can still give it another go in 4 years or 2 years when they try to get Donald Trump. I don't know. It's Going to be harder to throw him in jail now, but maybe throw him in jail. Not sure. Oh, someone in the chat or someone on the text line says, "Hey, boss, Citizen M is wondering if you could unban his Rumble account, Citizen M2 on Rumble." I don't know. Has Citizen M been a cunt to me, or has he been all right? Because like I said, guys, like I've been going through it lately, and I've been really improving like crazy and doing great. I don't need fucking liars and people saying like horrendous shit about me from lying horse shit from 2.5 years ago. Like, I don't need those people around, and I will be getting rid of them. You want to have, like, people, they get butthurt when I do that, and I'm like, you're allowed to have your opinion. I'm not taking away my free speech. I have my free speech taken away. I can't say what I want to say. My free speech is gone. But, like, these other people act like I've committed some crime against them. And I'm like, dude, I want my chat to be open for fans of the show who enjoy the program. If you don't enjoy the program, I don't really care to hear from you. Like, if you think I'm the worst guy ever and I'm the fucking devil, then you and I don't have anything to talk about. And if you're butthurt because I don't want you around, then you need to fucking look in the mirror and not worry about me. I'm sorry. So, I don't know. People are saying in the chat, Citizen M is a cunt. The problem with him is he's kind of a snake. Whenever he needs some clout, he'll turn on people. So, I don't know. I certainly didn't build my show's success around people like Citizen M. So, I don't really know if he's needed. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Are you necessary on this program? If the answer is no, see you later. And again, if that upsets you or that bothers you, then I think that's a you problem, not a me problem. Because I run my show. And I think if you look deep inside yourself, you would go, yeah, I was being a cunt. I was being an asshole. I said why he wouldn't want me around. But you don't have that. Your brain doesn't work that way. Someone says, make him donate $100 and ban him 5 minutes later. MSO says, have Citizen M make a big donation. If Citizen M throws, let's go. If Citizen M throws $200 in, I'll never ban him again. There. I'll make some money off the deal. By the way, we have, what are we, 180, 175, somewhere around there, away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. You're way ahead of it. Keep her going. Also, if you could, please give us a subscription. Subscribe to the program. I would appreciate that. Hit sub and, keep this little program of ours going. Oh, those are moderators. I was going to say, I didn't block Yags. What the fuck's going on? Let me take a look here. I like that guy. Let's unban him. I'm just looking at who people banned yesterday. You know what? I'm telling you right now, they mostly got cunts. They definitely mostly got cunts. I'm looking at this. The mods did a good job. Although this guy can be freed. Yeah, wow, they did a really good job. Oh, there's another guy who just all he does is tries to make money off of me. Yeah, he can fucking go. Hitler Diff. No, Hitler Diff is back. I love Hitler Diff. Hitler Diff is okie dokie. He's got to come back. Indus Buzz Biz this Buzz. I love him. He's coming back too. Good. All of these look solid. I've got to say, I think you guys did a great job. This makes me happy. This makes me really support my mods. Because I'm looking at this list of people and I've seen a couple that shouldn't have been banned. But for the most part, I'm not missing any of these people. That guy's a cunt. Oh, not Sid Seraph. There we go. Sid's unblocked. If that's the real Sid Seraph. If it's not, we'll know in time. And then if it's a fake person, we'll just ban them too. Perfect. Thank you, Tridio, with the $2. I appreciate that. 185 is today's number. I appreciate all of your support. King Kong Dong says, I banned 7 or 8 cunts yesterday. You guys did a great job. I have to say, I looked at the names you guys banned, and a lot of them are just people who, they need me. And I know that not having me anymore is really going to fuck them up, so that makes me happy. Former First Lady Michelle Obama is the only Democrat running ahead of former President Donald Trump in a hypothetical matchup. Here's the problem. I don't think she wants it. I don't know if Michelle Obama's ever expressed an interest in running for president. And kind of the weird thing about America now is we're looking at personalities. We're not even looking at people who we think would be good leaders. We're just like, hey, do I like their smile? Hey, do they seem like a nice enough person? Michelle Obama, she seems nice. Can you tell me what Michelle Obama's positions on the issues are? Because I can't. I don't know them. The Democratic Party is reeling after Thursday's horrendous debate performance by Joe Biden. Well, that's funny, so we're just calling it horrendous? That's not even an opinion? We're just, all right, I'm cool with it. I'm cool with calling it a disaster. He fumbled his words, got lost mid-sentence, and at one point declared, we finally beat Medicare. Which doesn't even make sense, because even if you think Medicare is a failed program, it's like, we finally beat Medicare. Well, you don't beat Medicare. I guess you can get rid of Medicare. You can reform Medicare, but you don't beat it. It's not the final boss in a video game. The showing was so bad that MSNBC hosts discussed hypothetical scenarios in which Biden is replaced as the nominee. On Tuesday, the president blamed his bad outing on a taxing international trip from which he returned 12 days before the debate. Yeah, okay, I understand taking a big trip and, flying all over the world, and that's got to be exhausting, and that's terrible. And, if you flew in on a Thursday and you had a debate on a Friday, that could be a problem. But if you had 2 weeks to recover from your flying around the world, you're just fucked. On Tuesday, Reuters Ipsos released its latest poll, which was fielded on Monday and Tuesday. It shows Biden and Trump tied at 40% each. Yeah. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris notches 42% to Trump's 43%. I have a hard time believing that Trump beats Kamala and not Biden in a heads up. Democratic governors Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, Andy Beshear, and J.B. Pritzker all trail Trump by more. So that answers our question on Gavin Newsom. The rest of the country knows that California is a shithole, and it's his fault. Only Michelle Obama led Trump in the poll, and by a margin of 50% to 39%. They're not gonna, she has no qualifications. But then again, I guess, what qualifications did her husband have when he came in? Michelle, oh God, that would make a lot of people fucking mad if Michelle Obama ends up running for I think they'd lose their mind. JL Not Here with $5 says, hey, I found you when I was in Minnesota while you and Justice and Drew were my go-to listening. Your poor life choices helped me re-find your show where I can say cunty things in chat and not at the radio. Thank you, JL Not Here. I appreciate it. 180 is our number today. Thank you, boys and girls. It's just $180 away from today's goal. If you want to throw a fake dono in the Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo, I appreciate that. Super chats and Rumble rants count as well. Yeah, King Kong Dong says she said she doesn't want to run and her family is done with politics. Yeah, I kind of see that as a pipe dream of everyone else and not really the Obamas. I mean, 8 years, you got to think 8 years of your family being subject to all that and being president. I don't think her kids want to go through it again. I don't think Obama wants to live there for another 4 to 8 years like Barack. I don't think he wants to be there. And again, what are Michelle Obama's thoughts on anything? What are her positions? I mean, I'm sure they're left of center, but has she ever been particularly outspoken on her politics? Maybe she has, and I just don't pay attention. Oh, yeah, shit, I'm looking at these numbers on this poll here. Yeah, Trump beats Beshear, I don't know who that is, by 4. Gretchen Whitmer by 5, and this Pritzker fella by 6. So Trump is, well, see, now yesterday a poll came out. Trump was beating Biden by 2. So, and that's in the national vote. That's in the popular vote. Trump has never done well in the popular vote. So that is something to think about. King Kong Dong says Michelle Obama changed school lunches forever. That's true. My mom used to bitch because my mom ran the Roseville High School kitchen. She used to bitch so bad about Michelle Obama because they had to like change all the ways that like they serve food, and like all the lunches they'd been serving forever and ever. It's done away with. Got to do new shit now. Got to order all new shit. I guess it was a massive pain in the ass. JL Not Here says she made poor and rich kids eat the same. Well, that's no good. All the rich kids should have all the really good food, and the poor kids should eat the shitty poor people food so they know not to struggle when they get older and be more successful. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is for school lunches, but I guess Michelle Obama was supposed to take care of obesity. And I don't know, in America, that just seems like shooting a BB gun at a freight train. The problem with obesity is like the person who's obese has to want to beat it. It can't, like Michelle Obama can't walk around just taking the food out of your mouth. She would, but she can't be in all those places at once. All right, guys, we are $180 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to it, Streamlabs, PayPal. Just make sure when you throw in on PayPal or Streamlabs that you clarify that it is a fake donation. We appreciate those. We are $180 away. We're about at 8 o'clock, and by 8 o'clock, we like to be under 200. So you guys are on pace. Keep it going. Those 5s and 10s at a time are doing it today. Thank you. Let's check the text line. Text line, I don't know. Obama did drone strike a lot of people instead of sending billions to multiple countries. I'd rather have a drone strike. Well, he also had Iraq and Afghanistan, and those cost a fortune. He had the Libya thing. Although he helped those rebels in Libya. He fucked Libya up quick. Remember, he just bombed the shit out of it, and then Muammar Gaddafi got sodomized to death with an iron rod. Jesus. Of all the ways to go. Sodomized to death with a metal rod. No, thank you. Loaded Wrench, becoming a member for 21 months, says, let's ask Obama's chef. Didn't like Obama's chef come out and like shit on them? Or are you talking about like they're rich and they got to eat real nice while they made shitty school lunches? Is that what you're talking about? What would you guys like to play while I run up and grab something to drink real quick? What were some of the things we talked about? We had some, we had some clips we were talking about from some of our other stories. And I can't remember exactly what they were. Trooper 56 becoming a member for 25 months. Oh my God, that means he was one of the originals. Lander says he's grabbing a gay Celsius. It could be a straight Celsius. You don't know what kind of Celsius I'm grabbing. Thank you very much. Bloodhound Gang, nothing but animals. We're on YouTube, my man. I can't do that. There's about 900 of you checking out the show. I appreciate it. Gaddafi was sodomized by those Obama-backed camel heathens with a bayonet. Get it right. Oh, it was a bayonet. I thought it was a metal rod. I'm sorry. It was a bayonet. It was worse. Gaddafi got sodomized to death with a bayonet. That's got to, like, dying that way, especially the way he lived, just has to be so fucked up before you go. You're like, one day you were just living in a palace, you know, everything was gold. You had a shitload of money. You ran a country. And then one day you're laying there on your stomach and you're just like, and you're dying screaming as you're being butt fucked with a giant knife. I don't know. For being anti-gay, those Muslims in Libya really did kill him in one of the queerest ways possible. All I'm saying is it's a little bit of a mixed message. Little bit of a mixed message. All right, what are we going to play here? We got a bunch of stuff we could throw out there. There was a clip we were talking about not too long ago. Oh, we could you want to do Will Sasso, Jesse Ventura? That's a fun one. I love the Will Sasso, Jesse Ventura thing. Let's a minute 30. I can do this in I can do this in a minute. Oh, it's not a minute 30. Hold on.
Get frogs dead.
All right, we'll get it here.
That's so spot on.
We'll get it to the here we go. Let's play this. I'm going to go grab a Celsius because I'm probably going to throw some ibuprofen down too. I am boxing sore today. We're $180 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our program, do it. Let's knock out that 180. Let's chip it down while I'm gone. And then we've got a bunch of stuff to talk about today. Hours and hours worth of material.
You tell me why the Tower 7 fell on its own.
Well,
I'm here with a Navy SEAL.
Well, you're the Navy SEAL.
I'm a Navy SEAL.
That's so spot on.
I'm a Navy SEAL. I own 87 dogs, and all of them were trained by Nate. And when I was the governor of Minnesota, I had over 100 dogs. Now, what say you to that?
Well,
if you're such a patriot,
I don't know.
You know how the 9/11. You know what happened.
What's that have to do with your dogs?
I guess you must have been there. I guess you must have been there.
I wasn't.
And Nate would tell you that that 6 Presa Canarios could.
Don't say take down a building because that's not factual.
I was not going to say that.
Right.
I was going to say 4 of them could take out a nuclear submarine.
That's not true.
We had them doing it in the Marines.
I don't know about that.
I was a Navy SEAL.
I know you were. You said
now,
that.
I live in the Baja.
All right.
And I spend less than 6 months a year in the continental United States of America. I have 1,000 gallons of potable water.
I don't know what you're saying.
And I have a silo full of tortillas.
Okay, but what is the point of what is the point?
Well, why don't you tell me?
I don't know, man.
You tell me. Why don't you?
1,000 gallons of potable water and that silo full of tortillas line. I still repeat that one. You know what makes me sad? I'm going to get old at some point and boxing isn't going to be a thing I can do anymore. And that really makes me sad. My hands today are fucking just feel arthritic. Arthritic bow. That's healthy. Take a shitload of pills and wash it down with a 200 milligram caffeine energy drink. That's the way you do it. Anyway, 180 away from today. Plenty of stuff going on. It's our last show before the holiday. I am a flaming wreck. We're gonna bring this thing in for a landing with both engines on fire today. I want to watch this one. Florida Karen instant karma for throwing a punch during a parking lot showdown. I'm down for a little white trash video watching today. A Florida woman got a taste of instant karma when she punched a YouTuber and ended up flat on the ground herself, and the whole thing's on camera. I'll be honest, 2 things about this story that I've heard so far. Punching a YouTuber, not exactly a thing that automatically makes me against you. I understand it. Punching a YouTuber or punching a troll, both of them I get. But then also the hilarity of watching someone. There's nothing funnier than watching someone swing at someone and spin around and fall down. That's really, really satisfying, especially if they're super pissed. I'll be honest, it's kind of like my trolls. I like watching them flail at me and then me just going, bink, gone, and them going, I like that. It's fun to watch them just impotently flail. It's great. Then they just got to go make things up somewhere else. Daddy always loves you. Let's check this out. This is in Florida. Oh God, do I want to watch someone swing and miss and fall on their ass? God, is there anything funnier? Is there anything funnier than watching an angry person fall down? It's great.
Oh shit, we got beef over here. Publix Palm Springs.
Publix? Fighting at a Publix. Please tell me it's the old lady. Please tell me it's a gray-haired senior citizen who swings spins around 360, and falls on her ass. Oh my God, I would be so happy.
Erase that.
Lady, are you crazy? Whoa, lady.
I'll punch the out of you.
You better erase it or I'll punch the fuck out of you. Problem is, the guy does, these YouTubers like who do public filming and shit, they know the rules. If you're out in a parking lot, you have no expectation of privacy. You can be filmed. Now, are you a dick if you film someone and don't ask them? Yeah, I think so. But, you know, there's an old saying, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. And if you're going to be like I have no problem. Like, if you film someone in a parking lot and that person goes, hey, man, look, I got a job, I got kids, shit like that. I didn't ask to be on the internet. Could you delete that, please? And if they don't delete it, then they're a fucking dick. But if you walk up to them and you're like, you piece of shit, if you don't delete that, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. It's like, well, now I'm keeping it. Just out of principle, because you're being rude.
Hey, lady, you're crazy.
Erase
lady. Lady. Fuck, move, bitch.
It's so fun to watch women throw punches. They just don't know how to. There was a kid, I'm trying to teach a kid at the gym how to throw a decent right hand because he throws it like this. Like he'll jab, and the jab is fine, but his right hand, he'll like throw it like a rabbit punch. He'll go, like that. I don't know what that is. And I'm like, that's not, you're going to hurt yourself throwing punches that way. But when a woman throws a punch, it's just, have you ever seen something as non-threatening in your life as a woman trying to punch a big person? How does she go down, by the way? What is she?
Lady, fuck, move, bitch. No,
Did
you
he?
Can't hit me.
Did he? I feel like he might have pushed her. I feel like, which, by the way, I mean, I get it. She's punching him and stuff. He's allowed to take his hand and go like that. But, like, I don't know. That didn't seem like she, I mean, it seemed like she swung and connected. It didn't seem like she took a big enough swing to take herself down.
Yeah, call him. You hit me. I got you on camera hitting me. I
mean, not really. Have her on camera attempting to hit you. I mean, I have a hard time believing that this guy really felt threatened by this whole thing. Is he running away? Oh, yeah, he's getting the fuck out. He's getting the fuck out of Dodge. Yeah, go ahead, call 911. You hit me. And then all of a sudden, as soon as she turns her back, let's get the fuck out of here, dude, as fast as we can. She doesn't have her license plate. She doesn't know anything. Let's just fucking go.
Me.
Stay.
Me.
Stay.
Me.
Oh, she's back.
You can get it. You hit me in the face. Yeah, here we go. Karen of the day.
Oh, is this where it gets to? Is this where it goes from 20th century let's fight in the parking lot to 21st century gay? I'm calling the cops. I'm going to yell Karen. I'm going to film the whole thing. Here's what I hate about people who film shit too. Is like, once you start filming, you're going to act like a perfect angel. And you're going to film this crazy person going psychotic. And then everyone's going to go, oh, man, look at that crazy person. But it's like, we don't know what that person with the camera did to wind him up. We don't know what like, this guy seems a little like a bitch. Because no guy goes like, oh, you tried to hit me. You tried to hit me. Like, no guy feels threatened in that situation. So, like, I think this guy might have been fucking with this lady, or he might have been filming her and bothering her. And then she asked him to stop filming and he didn't. I feel like she probably has a reason to be upset, because I never trust anyone who's holding a camera in the middle of something and going, what? What did I do? This person just... I don't buy it. I think this guy's a dick.
Karen of the day that decided to hit me because I was filming. Lady, you're not supposed to hit me. I don't know who the fuck you are. You need to get away from me. Lady, get the fuck away from me.
Exactly.
Lady, you hit me, yeah, and I'm going to show the cops when you call them out here how you hit me. Yeah. I'm allowed to defend myself.
Oh, you guys are fucking lame. God, come on. I want one of these to be cool. I'm tired of these videos ending in like, you hit me, and I'm going to show the cops like, you connect like a man. What's the matter with you? You don't have to sit there and be a bitch about it. Like, she can be a bitch about it. She's a bitch. But you don't get to be a bitch about it.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, see, that's liberal garbage. I'm allowed to defend myself.
Oh,
You're
God.
attacking me. You're coming out. Yes, you did.
What are you, a fucking libtard? You don't like YouTubers, you fucking libcuck? Come on.
I have that here. No, lady, you're not allowed to grab me.
You were. I love that. I was trying to grab your phone. Really? I've never tried to grab a phone with a closed fist before. Is that maybe she's got a magnet on her middle finger embedded under the skin? I don't know. I'm gonna go ahead and put a question mark next to that one.
You're not allowed to grab me. You have no authority to put your hands on me. None. You hit me.
I love that guy. Go back. There's just a guy carrying like a 12 or a Stella, and he's just smiling. He's like, oh, I'm having a better day than these two. I'll leave you guys to it. I clearly have beer to drink this weekend. A 12er of Stella. Look at fucking collared shirt fancy pants over here. He likes the little aluminum foil wrapper on his beer. Ooh. Somebody likes a Stella. Well, I'm sorry. I like to unwrap my beer before I drink it. Well, don't let me stop you. Fucking Hyman Buster over here with his fucking nerps showing. This guy's my favorite. He's the biggest man in this whole thing. He's just walking around wearing his white see-through fucking tit polo, carrying a 12 or a Stella, just staring at these two being retarded in the parking lot, probably thinking, oh, man, I'm so happy that's not me.
On me. None. You hit me. You have no authority to put your hands on me. I was filming your altercation with that lady.
Oh, now we're muted. Are they using names and shit?
I have you on camera hitting me, lady. You're not supposed to be in my...
Is that it? He's going. He's leaving. Oh, no, he's getting out.
She hit me.
I saw that. I'm calling the police.
I don't know what
So the old lady's like, I saw that. I'm calling the police. I kind of hate everyone in that story except Stella Guy. Stella Guy I like. Stella Guy's fucking cool. But, like, I don't like her because she's like, I was just trying to grab your phone and then you're harassing me. And so I hate her. But I hate him too because he's doing that cunty YouTuber filming in public thing where he's like, I don't have to delete it. I'm filming in public. Like every answer he has is snarky and shitty. You were trying to hit me. I was defending myself. Ugh. Grandma's Boy Podcast says someone has a man crush. Oh, that guy? Fuck yeah. J. Brock Contrarian says, I wonder if Stella Guy is single. I hope not. If Stella Guy is single, there's no justice in this world. That guy should be going home to crush puss. 100%. Walking around, just strutting. He's like 25 pounds overweight, just strutting with his 12-pack of Stella, staring at two people having a shitty time, going, not fucking me up today. He's got his titties out in his polo. Yeah, J. Bro, if that guy's single, that's the gayest. That's the biggest tragedy ever. That's worse than 9/11 if Stella Guy is single. J. Bra also says, spoiler alert, they got married. Oh, Lab Glass says, weirdest bang bus ever. I think she might be a no. Or at the very least, hard to get. I don't know. That watching two people just have a fucking retard fight in the middle of a parking lot is always fun. Those kind of things are always fun when they're not happening to you. You know? It's like me, like with like the Ricada shit. Like I'm sure there's stuff in some of the Ricada shit where Nick's probably like, that didn't happen. That's not real. That one's not real. And like, we don't know. But like, maybe it's not real. And I'm like, serves you right for being a cunt and a dick and a narcissist and all that. But then like lies get posted about me. And then I'm like, that's fucking bullshit. Everybody who knows me knows it's not fucking true. Like, we dealt with this 2.5 years ago. It's not a big deal. It's fucking nothing. And then, you know, you're just sitting there like everybody who hates you is, oh, you piece of shit, you motherfucker. And then you kind of think back to, like, the Nick stuff, and you're like, all right, I get how he feels. I understand. I get it. 100%. There is a difference, though. Like, his was stuff that was actually grabbed and seized out of his house. Mine was a manipulated, out of context thing. I can't even that's my most frustrating part, is I can't even talk about it. But what do you do? Nicholas, last name Gurr with 199, says Michelle's got a bigger package than Barack does. That's the rumor, right? Everyone says Michelle's got a dick. I mean, is it a where there's smoke, there's fire kind of thing? I don't know. Does Michelle Obama have a dick? Can we get that as a debate question? Like, if she ends up taking over for Biden, can we get it? Like, the moderators don't even have to ask the question, like Trump will. I have to know, does this woman have a dick? Because I look at her pants, I go, I think she has a dick. And I'd like her to answer. Kif Dunnage with 199 says, tune in to the next episode of The Comedy Shaman. There you go. Comedy Shaman. I always have a hard time with Comedy Shaman because some days he thinks I'm cool. Other days he thinks I'm a piece of shit. That's the thing about, like, the 100 viewer YouTuber live streams that talk about bigger shows, is that they're kind of the most dishonest shows out there because they're like, all right, what's going to get me from 100 to 125? I'll do that. Like, what bandwagon am I going to jump on? I've been there. I get it. I understand. I hear you, buddy. I hear you 100%. But, like, that's a lot of John's gimmick, too. Like, John's gimmick is what, like, half-hearted, I don't really mean this take can I take to either look like the snarky, dissident cunt, or what can I jump on to maybe get myself from 100 to 125? And look, some people are just at that place, and you just got to understand it. That's all. Fauci's Pangolin says that's why he's not running, because of his big dick. Oh, Michelle Obama's dick is too big to run for president? That could happen. Das Optic Nerve says, when you see the bulge, you must divulge. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't believe that Michelle Obama has a cock. I don't want that to get me in trouble. I don't want to lose any fucking based cred. I don't want to start an argument in the chat about, yes or no, balls, dick, clam, pussy, whatever. I don't think Michelle Obama has a cock. Should we look here? Let's look at some pictures, because that's what you fucking moes want to do. You want to look at Michelle Obama. I'm going to Google Michelle Obama. Oh, she's 5'11". She might have a dick. Once you're 5'11" and you're a woman, who knows? All right, let's see the bulge. Okay, that's not a dick. Do you know how big of a dick that would be? And it's what? It starts at her hip? No, thank you. No dick. No dick. No dick. All right, here's the one everyone points to show that she has a cock and she's a dude. All right. That it looks weird. I'll give you that. But I don't see a clear dick and ball definition. And that bulge would have shaft and ball like difference. I think that might just be a meaty pussy, the mound. That might just be a meaty pussy mound before you get underneath to all the goods. I'm not trying to start a holy war, not trying to start a debate, not trying to, get anybody killed here or anything, but I don't think Michelle Obama's got a cock, but I bet you she's probably got a, maybe a pussy that's puffy like Rocky's eyes at the end of his fight with Apollo. How about that? Maybe she's got a hell of a puss bulge. I can't go with cock. She's either got a small cock or a big pussy. Your guys' call. I know people don't like it, but I can't be a Michelle Obama's got a cock guy. Sorry. Nuga with $5 says, I'm with you, bro. When my girl acts up, I go for a double leg, get side control, and put her in a Kimura until she says Noga. See, I think people like that guy, I think they understand how fucking silly all that shit is. Thank you very much. 175 away from knocking it out today. See, that guy likes me. That guy likes me and he's having a little fun with it. Because, again, he understands how silly it is. And if he's not a fan of mine and he's not dicking around, then I just said that, and that makes him mad. It's mind games, ladies and gentlemen. These people are dumb. It's very easy. Coltrane says, has anybody ever seen a pic of her pregnant? Well, okay. But you can look that up. Like, everybody just goes, oh, has anybody ever seen her pregnant, though? It's like, well, why don't we look? Michelle Obama, pregnant. If you saw a picture of her pregnant, would you be like, oh, she's obviously a chick? Or would you go, oh, no, she's still got a dick, and it's just fucking, it's all CGI. Like, here's a picture of her pregnant. Oh, that's a graphic. That's not a real picture? That's not, that's like an AI thing. That's not real. That's not, she's not pregnant there. What the fuck? Dude. That's not her pregnant. She's old as fuck in that picture. Because they only have the two girls, right? Malia and Sasha. See, that's a cartoon picture. Oh, my God. There's no photos of Michelle Obama pregnant. You could probably find pictures of, like, my ex-wife pregnant. Not the second one, I hope. not that one. Uh-oh. That would, oh, boy. You talk about a problem. Yeah, like all of these are AI and animated and shit. Guys, shut the fuck up. She's not a dude. We're not doing this. We are not fucking doing this today. We're not doing the Michelle Obama is a dude bit. She had 2 kids. That's not her. That's not real. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Guys, she's not a dude. She doesn't have a cock. We just can't find pictures of her pregnant. That's all. That's normal for everybody. Nuga with $2 says, look up video of her dancing on Ellen. Oh, what? Come on, Nuga. What, is her fucking dick gonna fly out? Is that what's going to happen? Am I? Oh, dude, what? I mean, I'm going to watch. Thank you very much. I apologize. I always found the Michelle Obama. I'm not an Obama fan, obviously. But, like, there's this grand conspiracy that Obama just hooks up with a trans chick because he likes cock. I mean, there is that Larry Sinclair guy who was like, oh, I blew Obama in the back of a limo. Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair. Coltrane with $1 says, I'll take my fucking apology now, LOL. One fount says 4 adults, 1 bed. Shut up! I got it. I'm not going to be the polycule guy. I refuse. I left. I don't want to be the polycule guy. How does the rollover song go? 4 little swingers were lying in a bed. The little one says something, roll over, and 1 swinger fell out. There's more leg room now for everybody else. I lived a fucked up life, bro. I lived a fucked up life. Can't wait to make it normal. One fount, the answer is no. You happy? Are you happy, my man? Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, Nuga, we'll look up video of her dancing on Ellen. I didn't get the phone hooked up. All right, call back in about 1 minute. I'll have you ready to go. Sorry, we got somebody wants to do a fun bit. I'm going to go through the texts. We're going to watch the Obama dancing on Ellen thing. She doesn't have a cock, for God's sake. By the way, 175 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to our show today, we'd really appreciate that. Only 175 away. Let's get under 100 by 9 o'clock. We got 40 minutes to do that. I really appreciate you guys. Bridget Von Hammerdiff with $2 says, Michael Robinson, Google the pics. Oh, boy. See, now everybody. Remember when I said on the show a little bit ago, like 5 minutes ago, we're not having the Michelle Obama cock conversation? Guess what we're doing right now, thanks to Nuga and many others. We're having the Michelle. This is how little control I have over my program. Michael Robinson. Football. That's a fullback from the NFL. It's not Michelle Obama. I'm sorry. All right. Michelle Obama dancing on Ellen. Let's see. Michelle Obama dancing on the Ellen Show. Are we going to see a big old oh, no. Someone actually did. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, no.
Okay. Now let's get a good look at you.
Are you kidding me? Are you guys really? Are you guys really going to go with?
Hold it. Run that back. Pause it.
There, freeze that.
Now, wait. Dude, if you guys, okay, I'm sorry, but if you have to freeze it and zoom and get the right angle and everything else to see if she's got a cock, did you ever think that maybe she just doesn't have a dick? No? We're not thinking that way, are we? You know what I didn't think we would have today on the show? The Michelle Obama cock conversation. But she's back in the news because a new poll says that she's kicking the shit out of Donald Trump, beating him by 11 points. See, like, if I were her, this is why I wouldn't want to run for president. Because, like, I've got millions of dollars. I'm doing great. I never have to work again. Do I really want to go run so my adult children can hear people on the internet go, your mom's got a dick and is really a dude and your dad sucks cock? Like, no. You don't want to go through that.
Hey, freeze that.
Tighten up on that way. Move in more.
Zoom in right here on this spot.
I enhanced the detail and
That, come on. That's not a dick. All right, we're going to go to Ryobi and see what he thinks. Ryobi, go ahead.
Hey, regarding that Michael Robinson, you're either legitimately stupid or just pretending to be stupid. It's a common name, and you know that. So put Obama with it as well and look up the photo. Look it up.
Oh, I just saw someone said Google Michael Robinson. Can't I be dumb?
Do it. Just look it up. I dare you.
Michael Robinson. You want me to write? You want me to type in Michael Robinson Obama?
Yeah. You know what to do.
So now, are you on?
You're not stupid.
Are you on the Michelle Obama has a cock train?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Come on. That's not a dick. Your pants sometimes fold up in certain ways. And
hey, I'll give you a little bit of a fucking joke. I'm Bridget Von Hammerdiff, goof. Yeah, that was me.
Oh. Thank you.
So look it up.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go. Oh, you want to stay on the line while I look it up?
Yeah, you're not to be trusted. I don't want to have to call in again.
Michael Robinson, Obama. All right. Images.
You see them standing arm in arm?
All right. That's
good
not
friends, and then there's the one on the couch.
Why is there a photo of Barack Obama with a man who identified as Michael LaVon Robinson who looks like Michelle? Oh, my God. Is that real?
Thank you. No, this is what everyone in the chat has been saying. And this is Obama, or this is Biden having a mush brain. You've been the liberal media being like, I don't get it. Everyone else has known for years and years and years. Welcome to the party.
It's not that I don't.
Thank you.
It's not that I don't get it. It's that I don't think she's a guy.
This is like COVID. We're glad you're here. You're very late to the party, but we're glad you're here now.
I don't. Okay, but even if she
you
was,
don't think that's a guy? What
I
is
do.
that?
I think that's a guy. I don't know if that's Michelle Obama.
Okay, so Michael Robinson, where the fuck did he go? He's gone.
Where did anybody go?
I know that's going to require more. That's going to require more looking into than you have time to do right now. But other people have done the research. But he's gone. Trust me. And she's here. There's actual pictures of who they got those kids from. So those kids. Let's talk about the kids.
They're really
kids. Where'd they come from?
They're really wealthy
We
people.
know where they came.
They're really wealthy people. You'd think, like, she's not going to leave her dick.
You think that this happened, like, 2 days before the election, or you think this happened way back in the day?
Right. She's not going to keep her cock there when she's going to be in public and be the first. The first lady's not keeping her dick.
Dude, maybe Obama likes getting fucked in the ass.
Okay. Possible.
So she keeps the cock. A fucking drag queen keeps a cock, and they just tuck it up. If it slips out every once in a while, like on Ellen, it happens, man.
Her cock did not.
This requires like zero research. It's documented. It's been proven. But I'll let you go.
You know how I said
homework you need to do.
You know how I said a few minutes ago that we weren't having the Michelle Obama cock conversation?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, guess what we're doing right now?
People are learning.
We're having the Michelle
Someone's
Obama cock.
teaching and someone's learning.
We're having the Michelle Obama cock conversation. All right, man. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll keep looking. Thanks, buddy. There's Ryobi. Oh, someone did a fake Keanu account in the chat. Guys, I'm sorry that I've made you so desperate. I'm sorry that I've just beaten you down this much. But this, I got to say, this is pathetic. Fake Keanu Thompson with 199 says, please reference my last chat. Thank you. And then it's a fake Keanu. Oh, God. You guys, have I really relegated you to this? Have I really? It took one day of me swatting away your bullshit allegations that you so wanted to be true. And then I said, yeah, you can go now. We don't really need you. You were unwanted and unneeded. And then you're just throwing this tantrum. I have to say, beating you guys is becoming like the Harlem Globetrotters beating the Washington Sentinels. Like it's preordained. Thank you very much to Mr. Approachable for $5. Says, I'm not sure, but I will take Aaron's word for it. He spends a lot of time inspecting dicks, so I'll just assume he's right. I will say today's show is very, very fun. But I know Ryobi is, I understand what Ryobi's saying. That like, well, it was an old school transition way back in the day. So they didn't cut the dicks off. So they're just tucking them. The president's wife is not keeping the dick. This conversation has gotten ridiculous. It's gotten ridiculous. Thank you guys very much. We're 165 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Here's what I want you to do. I want to be under 100 by 9 o'clock, and we are well on our way to that. If you guys want to get retarded in PayPal and just drop a bunch of crazy fake donations, let's do it that way. That's always the easiest way to do it. Like Ozbest Second Mike throwing 50 into Venmo. Just throw a bunch of fake donations into PayPal. We'll crush this thing. Bike Mike and Barry are a CIA creation. Those kids were harvested in a lab. It's true. We have the documents. Big Mike and Barry are gay. It's confirmed. Did Barack have an affair with a guy? Oh, you don't know about Larry Sinclair? Oh, yeah, there was a guy who during the 2008 election, he said that he sucked Obama's dick in a limo and they fucked at a Holiday Inn and he was a aggressive lover and all this shit. And I always tend to believe, like, that's how you can take all the shit I'm saying to the bank is because Like, as much as trolls like to say, oh, he's the hero in all the stories, I'm really not. I'm the big dumb piece of shit in all my stories. I'm just not what you want me to be. But, like, in all my stories, I'm like, yeah, I fucked up and did this. I fucked up and did that. Like, when a Larry Sinclair goes, like, Obama fucked me in the butthole, I'm more likely to believe that guy, because who wants to just come out publicly and go, you know, I'm a white bottom for the black president? You know, maybe Obama likes to fucking get his dick stinky in a little white booty hole. I don't know. Not that there's anything wrong with that. All right. Oh, Joan Rivers died for exposing Big Mike? What? Uh-oh. Joan Rivers called it first, and she died. Yeah, multiple people are saying this in the chat. They're saying that Joan Rivers said that Michelle Obama was a dude, and then she died. I mean, she was also really fucking old. Sam Show says, it's a guy, Aaron. You're coping. I'm not defending her. It doesn't sound reasonable to me that someone would be a trans wife of the president and keep the dick. That seems like a liability. But they're saying Obama's gay, so he likes the dick. There are pics of the real parents online. Aaron is a slow learner. Shut up, Aaron. It's a penis. Bigot on socialist media says, pretending to be Keanu. How angry is that retard? He's really bad. Sam Show says, okay, Aaron, explain to us why the president's wife isn't keeping the penis. Because you'd want to convince the country you're a woman. And if your dick's going to flop out on Ellen, why are we having this conversation? I hope this is funny for everybody. I hope this is entertaining. Me struggling with the Michelle Obama dick paradox. But having this conversation in general feels weird to me. West Coast Patriot Girl says, next year when Aaron is crying because he found out Mohap is real, we won't feel bad. The kids are their friends, the Nesbits. They look like they're clones. Oh, boy. Packer Backer, Obama is a well-known gay. Michelle is a tranny. They had a surrogate deliver Obama's kids, and the surrogate was Epsteined afterwards. Oh, shit. Is that true? Are the Nesbits dead? Nesbit's Obama children. Guys, are you sending me down a rabbit hole that's going to fuck me up all weekend? All right, let's take a look. Images. Nesbit Obama children. Oh, there's the Obama. I don't see any Nesbits. Because they're fucking dead, bro. They're fucking dead. Is that... Oh. I mean, this is a fact check that says false on it, but like still. Oh. I mean, that's interesting. All right, here, let's take a look at these two pictures. Who do the kids look more like? This one especially doesn't look like either of them. She's the youngest. What's that, Malia? Malia doesn't look like either of them. Sasha's got a little bit of Barack. She's taller than Barack, though. All right, go back to the Nesbits. Fuck. Oh, my God. It might be their kids. Are the Nesbits dead? Did they really get Epstein? Nesbit. Oh, boy. Nesbit dead. I don't see anything about that. Lowell Blair Nesbit, dead in 1993. John Nesbit. Ooh. Judge John Nesbit confirmed was found dead in his home Thursday. No foul play is expected. That was back in 2023. I don't know anything about these Nesbits. Get the video of Michelle's cock out of my face, please. Jesus Christ. All right, we've got a call coming in. Thank you, David, for $3 over on PayPal. I appreciate that, buddy.
Call from
a TV producer.
To accept, press 1.
A TV producer. Hello, nameless TV producer.
Aaron, yes. I think you should stop spinning your wheels with this Big Mike and the Nesbits and all this nonsense. Like, science has proven that they all look alike. So who's the parent? You really can't tell without DNA. Getting on to the main crux of my call, I produced for a gentleman you may have heard of named Maury Povich.
Oh, sure.
And yeah, Maury has retired. However, we have found out that both Kayla and April are expecting. So we would like for you, Nick, April, and Kayla to come to New York. We're going to do a reveal. We're going to find out if you are the father. Are you in?
I mean, I've been snipped, so I think it's probably a 0% chance, but I'll do the show. You know, I love the exposure.
Oh, this is going to be epic. Can we do it on YouTube or Rumble? I'm not hip to this kind of stuff. So you tell me where it should be.
We can do it on either one. I mean, we should do it on network television. We get more viewers, but all right, whatever you want to do.
No, nobody in Middle America gives a shit about you degenerate. It's just this little pocket of the world.
Oh, okay.
But so we can count on you?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Things are coming my way. Adios.
Thank you, buddy. I wish them all the best. And like I said today, Nick, from the thumbnails I've seen, he looks healthier in his streams. I hope he's doing better. I really do. I hope they're all getting healthy. Oh, boy. Somebody writes in on the text line, I saw his dick in the Baja. Oh, shit. This is an AI description of our chat on YouTube. Viewers are discussing Aaron's past, including a possible relationship with Big Mike, his political affiliation, and his intelligence. They also question the authenticity of his ideas and compare him to Obama. I'm glad I decided to do a show today. Lander says we've successfully broken Aaron, I think. I think you have. Go nuts on PayPal. Go nuts on Venmo. The thing that would make today the best show ever is if we knocked out the goal, too. We got plenty of time to do it, and you guys are doing great. But fuck it. I wouldn't be a good carnival barker if I didn't do this. Let's go to the Rumble chat because they're going nuts over this. Obama is a fudge bag. Smerry says, yeah, how the hell do you not know this? She outed Big Mike and got killed for it during a surgery. Is there video of Joan Rivers talking about Michael LaVaughn Robinson? So are you convinced it's a dude or not? Dude, I'm a lot closer today than I was yesterday. Teaching Aaron about the dick that was. Lander says, Aaron, she has a big old juicy dong. It's okay to admit it. The media lies. The federal government lies. Don't tell me you think Kennedy's head just exploded on its own, do you? I think Johnson had Oswald kill Kennedy. I do think Oswald killed Kennedy. But I think Johnson had it done because the CIA hated Kennedy. They wanted to go into Vietnam. Johnson's wife owned a major stock in Bell helicopters, which made a fortune during the Vietnam War. So I think they all worked together to kill him. I do. But I think Oswald made the shot. I don't think it was like magic bullet or anything like that. It all checks out. He was a marksman. He was a sharpshooter. He tested out once as a marksman, once as a sharpshooter. And that shot has been recreated multiple times. Fucking Penn Jillette recreated the shot. A magician recreated. Well, I guess that doesn't really help. Oh. They let this go public to explain things. Oh, boy, we got a link to a story someone sent. West Coast Patriot Girl says the Nesbits are not dead. Okay. $5 from Buffalo Jockey says, you're looking better as well. Your tits are plumper than ever. My weight's down, you fuck. You're making me feel terrible. All right, here we go. We are, what's our number? We are one. Thank you for the $5, by the way. Buffalo Jockey. 165. 155. Is that our number? 155 away with 10 more coming in. Thank you, guys. Comedy Shaman with $2 says, I have my own shtick, Aaron. Thank you very much. Then, you know what? I apologize to you, Comedy Shaman. I'm a fair guy. Unlike my detractors who are dishonest, abusive cunts. It's funny that they abused the shit out of this woman for a year and then they believe a lie, but it's like their own abuse. Like they mentally tortured someone and now they pretend to give a shit. If you think those people are fucking honest in any way, you're a cunt. And by the way, those are the only people that believe this horseshit. So that should tell you a lot too. Nicholas, last name Gurr with 199 says, I'm glad I steered the conversation this way. Boy, did you ever. Lady Godiva with $5 says, have you seen Kino Casino's recent video on Dax? Perhaps a rabbit hole for the holiday. I don't really follow a lot of it. I mean, look, my involvement with Nick and all that was purely because we were friends and we shared wives. That's it. Like, that's the only, so like, I'm not like huge on like the sector stuff and all that. I don't know a lot about it. It seems pretty toxic, but I don't know. Oh, we've got more AI chat things. This can't be from today. This has to be from yesterday or Monday. Viewers are discussing a public relationship drama involving Johnny and Aaron. Aaron is accused of, while Johnny is said to have retaliated by sleeping with April's best friend. Aaron and Johnny appear to be on bad terms, with Johnny claiming that Aaron broke his legs and Aaron claiming Johnny used to beat women before his MS diagnosis. I don't know where these are coming from. It's just not how we speak to each other. All I know about Dax is the fucking cow pegging shit, and that's just, I don't need to be involved with anything cow pegging related. Thank you. All right, we'll watch the Joan Rivers thing. And then for those of you who know, who don't know about the Larry Sinclair thing, we'll play the Pastor Manning bit because I think it's fucking hilarious. Let's check out Joan. So Joan Rivers talking about, so let's see, Joan Rivers, Michael Robinson. Joan, oh boy. Okay. All right.
Joan, don't you feel ashamed of yourself that you're calling a poor woman that's just doing her job the way the federal guidelines are set up and calling her a moron? I mean,
no, I don't, my darling. Just hold it, mister. I was given a boarding pass with the wrong name on it. I went through 5 different security passes, and then a woman at the gate who will not look at my passport, who will not call Continental, who will not call for help, who will not recheck into their records, says to me, you cannot go on? No, she is a moron.
That's not her calling Michelle Obama a trans. Where the fuck is this? They'll save her on Botox. I don't have this. Joan Rivers was killed because, oh, I fucking hate this Sam Cedar guy. I think he's a total douche, but I want to see this Alex Jones clip. So Alex Jones said that, well, they don't even play the fucking clip. This is bullshit. I hate it when these shows are like, oh, this guy said this and he's a real piece of shit. It's like, play the fucking clip of him saying it then. Don't be afraid of us watching it and thinking differently than you do. Play that shit. Let people know what's up. Tell them, Sikorsky, tell them what time it is. All right, guys, we're 155 away from today. Let's get it to 100 in the next 15 minutes. Thank you guys very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, etc. Michelle Obama reveals Malia and Sasha were conceived through IVF after miscarriage. Oh, boy. It just gets deeper and deeper. The only story we did on this was that Michelle Obama is, in a hypothetical matchup, is beating Trump. And it just turned into dicks and pussies and this and that and the other thing. They're saying it's the 3rd video down. Joan Rivers and the Michelle Obama thing. All right. Officiates a gay wedding.
It's not a deep book. I'm telling you that Nicki Minaj could read it and enjoy it.
E.T.'s last interview with Joan. We were with her as she took New York in a 12-hour pull no punches press tour for her book, Diary of a Mad Diva.
Everyone on my staff is buying my new book.
She has my green card.
She took us inside her New York penthouse, getting her hair and makeup with her dog on her lap.
Yeah,
I haven't got a clue.
Entertainment Tonight would never air Joan Rivers saying the first lady is a trans woman. Come on. We got to have this somewhere. Michelle Obama. They'll save her on Botox. Yeah, I wish they would have played the fucking clip of Alex Jones, you know. Oh, here you go. Michelle Obama is a man and killed Joan Rivers. Yes!
Alex Jones.
Shut the fuck up, secular talk guy. Play the Alex Jones thing. If this guy plays the Alex Jones thing, I'll like him. But if he doesn't, he's a cunt. All right, looks like he's playing it. All right, let's check it out.
Now, let me go ahead and show you this. This is the two ladies. And we've had doctors on about this. Her shoulders are too wide. She's on like the 100th percentile of women, okay, with her body type. Her arms, everything. She always has this pooch, like she's wearing either a codpiece or has genitalia.
I love Alex. All right, he can convince me. None of you can. Alex can. Remember, though, when Obama was first elected, and that was what everybody talked about? Like, oh, aren't her arms great? Aren't her arms beautiful? Everybody talked about her arms in the media. No names, please. Aaron, would you believe Brock Lesnar swings both ways and gives and takes? I mean, yeah, who's going to tell him no, right? Who's going to tell Brock? You can tell Brock? Brock says, you fuck me in the ass right now. What are you going to do? Tell Brock Lesnar no? Good luck, homo. I think Ozbest Second Mike, didn't they already send us? I think we already got this one. I believe. Just want to make sure. Yep, thank you, Ozbest Second Mike, for the $50 earlier. We did get that one. We are about 150 away from today's goal, so if you want to throw in a couple of bucks, I would fucking love that. All right, here we go. Alex Jones.
Okay. Now, she looks like a man. Like, dude looks like a lady.
Come on. Now I want her to run against Trump because that would be the most entertaining election ever. Do you know how much great shit there would be to watch?
He looks like a dude. And this is a funny cartoonist, Ben Garrison, who they're always calling racist and bad. And, I mean, I'm sorry. It's true.
He didn't make her look like a gorilla. I mean, that's got to be a plus for him, right?
Giant viral video phenomenon for like 8 years that she's a man. All I know is Obama was raised by a tranny in Indonesia. They're into all sorts of stuff. Hillary's daughters, Webster Hubbell's, none of the stuff we're told by these people is true. And national media takes it when I talk about this and acts like I'm crazy. Listen, there's hundreds of millions of views on YouTube. There's some videos with like 10 million views apiece, and there's dozens and dozens of them. Probably more than 100 million. I'm just guesstimating. Dead reckoning. Where mainline liberal sites think she's a man.
I don't understand why you can't love Alex Jones. Like, he's this. He's fucking rules, dude.
Okay? It's not racist to say she looks like a man. And let me explain something. Cartoonists famously make fun of everybody. You ran for office. You are the co-president that tells kids what lunch to eat around the country because you're God.
With a dick.
Obama is obsessing, saying he'll sue Texas, sue North Carolina if we don't teach 5-year-olds how to be trannies. Trying to sexually confuse kids.
Just look how far we've come. Let's look how far we've come. I believe Michelle, she has a giant cock, and I...
And you're fair game. And don't forget, the famous comedian Joan Rivers said, of course everyone knows she's a tranny. She's dead serious. Yeah, she's a man. Deader than a doornail in a routine operation where basically she had fire poured down her throat, was a fire-breathing goblin.
Wow, they turned her into a fire-breathing goblin. How old was Joan Rivers when she died? Joan Rivers' age. She died at 81. I mean, if you want to kill an 81-year-old, you'd kind of be above suspicion. I mean, sometimes when people are older, they can fucking die of routine shit, right? I have an aunt who bled out during a biopsy. So, like, it can happen. I don't know. People get mad at me when I just don't swallow this stuff whole. Like Michelle Obama's dick. Now you see why they went after Alex, honestly, so hard. Aaron seems to be avoiding the whole thing. I don't understand. It must be something gay. I'm not denying anything. It's just weird, dude. She died at a Botox clinic. Oh, okay. What's this like?
Ms. Rivers, how are you? You made a ton of news officiating the wedding in New York yesterday. Is this like a new cottage career move for you?
I am so excited.
Okay.
And I should do very well because I don't charge.
And do you think that the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a tramp.
Obama's wow.
Sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh gosh. It's okay. She does the...
Okay, now wait a minute. How long after that did she die? So that was 9 years ago. Hold on a minute. Joan Rivers' death day. She died 9 years ago. Oh, she did not have any health complications before that. Ruh-roh. There's people watching the show right now. They're going, oh, it's just finding out now that Joan Rivers is trans, or that Michelle Obama was trans. I mean, I've heard the rumors forever and a day, but Jesus. So she just said that out loud, and then she's dead very soon after. Fuck, dude. All right. I'm willing to entertain the idea. Smerry says, tried to tell you, bro. Redman says, red pill. Dead Game says, those were her last words. Were they no, she lived. She lived a little bit after that, didn't she? Lost Teas Synthesizer says, Aaron's been busy with other penises in his life. Well, thank you. J-Brock Contrarian. Watching Aaron crack this code is like watching a retard fuck a doorknob. What, it's exhilarating and interesting? King Kong Dong says she died the next day. If that's true, then I'm on board that the Obamas or somebody in the government had Joan Rivers killed. Oh, my God. Guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, etc. We've got, it's the last day of shows for the week. We've knocked out every goal we've had. We're 155 away. Let's crush it. Let's do it, guys. Thank you very much. Hammer out that last 155 and call it a win. Now, there's something I can show you guys about the Obama-Larry Sinclair thing. If you haven't, what do you call it? Seen the Pastor Manning, Larry Sinclair gay, like the Obama gay rumors. Pastor Manning even put it into song. Larry Sinclair. Yeah, here we go.
All right. Okay. White folk getting ready to rise up. They don't want to take it no more, and I'm joining them.
Goddamn right.
Doggone it. I am. I mean, you just can't keep pushing folk the way Obama's pushing white folk and the way black folk are pushing white folk. You can't keep doing that. I'm telling y'all, you better find a way to either get rid of Obama or these folk are going to rise up at the sound of a bird. They're going to rise up. And who can blame them? I mean, who can blame them?
You know, if you're white and a guy like this is talking, like a black pastor like this is talking, and he's like, and these white people are going to rise up, and who can blame them? I know your immediate impulse is to go, yeah, fuck yeah, Pastor Manning. But you know what you do in this case? You go, shh, let him do it. It sounds way better when he does it. I don't have to, shh, just let him go.
To build this nation and then have it given away, just given away, just thrown away.
That big 4-poster king-size bed where so much love was made, just give it away.
Just given away by a long-legged half-breed, usurper, illegal alien, a man who isn't even a citizen.
Long-legged half-breed is my favorite insult ever. This long-legged half-breed.
And everybody in the Congress knows that he's not a citizen. Dick Cheney knows he's not a citizen. And yet nobody will stand up. I'm telling you, white folk are ready to riot.
Holy
and
shit.
They should be.
I'm ready to join this guy's church.
They should be. This don't make no doggone sense.
When does he start singing?
I'm telling y'all. Now either y'all go talk to the long-legged Mac Daddy, tell him to resign. Tell him. And then we need to go into 40 days of prayer. We need to out-pray the Muslims on Ramadan. We need to go into 40 days of prayer. But we need to get that long-legged Mac Daddy, that half-breed, that Muslim, that illegal alien, that emissary of the devil, that vice president of genocide and hell. We need to get him out of the White House. I'm telling you. Go ahead, you freak, you homosexual, you man lover.
He's the fucking best.
Chris Matthews, Keith Olbermann, go ahead. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. You know, got the Black Panthers and all those militant groups. They're white groups forming right now. They're not going to take it no more. I don't blame them. I'm praying for their success. I hope they let me join them.
Come on in, buddy. Have some soup.
I do.
When's the Larry Sinclair part?
Plus, he's the vowed homosexual. Fell in love with Larry Sinclair.
Oh, here we go. So this Larry Sinclair guy claims that Obama blew him and he blew Obama and they're sucking and fucking all day and all this shit. And Pastor Manning was moved by the Holy Spirit to make a song.
They had a steamy love affair. Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair. Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair.
Where?
Larry looked into the eyes of Obama, the Mac Daddy, and they put a spell on Obama, the Mac Daddy. Obama said to Larry, oh, you're just my style and my kind. Oh, you look like just what I want, my man, woman, and half whatever look to look like. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Obama.
This is the second verse.
Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair in the back of a limo, and then at the Holiday Inn, they had a steaming love affair. All right, my friends.
He just goes into that song, and then he's like, all right, but seriously, folks. I fucking love. And then that Larry Sinclair did what do you call it? Tucker Carlson's show, and talked about the sucking and the fucking and everything else. Landers says, someone get this guy a white chick quick. Dead Game says Larry Sinclair passed all polygraphs. Did he really? So he at least thinks he's telling the truth about sucking Obama's cock. I mean, there's at least that. We're 155 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, the links are in the chat or pinned to the top of the YouTube page. We've got an hour left in this morning's show, and we'd like to have a perfect holiday week. And if we knock out that 155, we have our perfect holiday week. So go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks, and let's go on a rally, and let's hammer this thing out. We're almost in striking distance, and we appreciate that. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, and everything else. Midland Armory also has silencers, knives, optics, you name it. They've got it at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Repulsive.com. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For our friends at All Care Towing, they've got a great selection of trucks and wreckers to help you with motorcycles all the way up to heavy-duty equipment. Nobody is faster than All Care Towing. Again, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you're in the central Minnesota area and you need a tow, nobody's going to get there quicker than All Care Towing. Again, 320-253-5203 for All Care. And then, of course, Stoney's Bar, downtown Rockville, Steel Toe 10th anniversary party. It's going to be the roast of me. You're going to have Gino there. You're going to have Johnny, Keanu, Matt. We're going to have Tom Chilstrom come out there. The Aristococks will be roasting. And we got many other names that we're going to get involved in this thing. It's going to be the Steel Toe 10th anniversary roast of Aaron Imholt, Saturday, August 10th at Stoney's in Rockville. We got the cornhole tournament at 3 p.m. and the party going on all day. Make sure you come on out to the Steel Toe 10th anniversary party and the roast of me, Aaron Imholt. Excited. Get your tickets. Eventbrite.com. $30 for the roast. $10 for the cornhole tournament. $35 for both. Get your tickets at Eventbrite.com for the Steel Toe Morning Show 10th anniversary party. We hope you make the trip out to Rockville, Minnesota. All right. Money, money, money. Knockout 155. Call it a win for today. We appreciate it. Moving on from Michelle Obama's giant hog. I think we're moving on from Michelle Obama's giant hog. Who knows at this point? A California congresswoman is claiming that because of the presidential immunity decision, where the president can't be prosecuted for crimes as long as he commits them in his official duty as president, people are losing their fucking minds about this if they're more left-leaning. I mean, I don't like the decision either, but like lefties are against it for the weirdest reason because they think the only reason they're against it is because they think they're going to lose and Trump's going to become president, and they don't want Trump to have this power. This is the problem I have with us having teams, left, right, Republican, Democrat, because Democrats only care about giving the president too much power when their guy, quote unquote, doesn't have the power. Republicans only care about this kind of shit when their guy doesn't have the power. But here's the issue. You should always treat shit like this like you're not going to have the power and the guy you don't like is going to be in charge. You should always treat issues like this as though the government's going to try to get you and they're against you. You'll be safer that way. So like this ruling, that this presidential immunity ruling, I'm against it. But I'm against it for Trump. I'm against it for Biden. I'm against it for Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I just don't like the idea of the president essentially being above the law. It makes what Nixon said true when he goes, I said when the president does it, it's not illegal. Like, as long as he's acting in his official status as president, that's true. I don't like that. But the problem with politics is these people only don't like it when it's not going to be their they love this shit when it's them having the power, but here's the problem. That power is temporary. The guy you hate is going to have it someday. And that's how we end up getting big government, because half the country has their people in charge, so they vote for the thing. The other half resists it. But then when their guy gets in, then they're for it, and the other half resists it. It's just, I wish we had a country that wasn't so myopic and had a little bit of vision and went, oh, this thing that these people are complaining about is going to fuck them over, but it's good for me right now. It could just as easily fuck me over later. But we don't, for some reason, we don't think that way. Well, this California Congresswoman, Zoe Lofgren, which, by the way, I have never met a sane Zoe. There's not one woman named Zoe that I've met that's not out of their fucking mind. And case in point, this one. I love this. SCOTUS gives Trump broad immunity from prosecution. Okay, you guys are acting like Trump's already president. Biden is in charge right now. You know this ruling impacts him too, and Biden's broken some fucking laws. God, these people are so deranged. Let's listen to this Zoe whatever the fuck this congresswoman from California, and see if she can break the stereotype that people from California are a bit unhinged.
I guess, theoretically, President Biden, acting within the scope of his official duties, could dispatch the military to take out the conservative justices on the court. And
hey, creepy. No, the president is not allowed to murder the Supreme Court. And would you please stop smiling? You're so excited about this. It looks like you're growing a dick just so you can have a boner. She, by the way, she has a vote. She's a congresswoman. So she's one of the, 435 that get to decide how we do stuff in this country? Great. One more time.
I guess, theoretically, President Biden, acting within the scope of his official duties, could dispatch the military to take out the conservative justices on the court, and he'd be immune.
Okay, but you understand that's why that's a good reason to be against this. But you guys only see it, you smile when it's Biden taking out the people you don't like politically. See, I look at that and I go, that's horrifying. It's also horrifying to think, let's take it the other way. Trump could kill all the liberals on the Supreme Court or get the military to do that. That would be horrifying too. My problem with Zoe Lofgren is that they don't mind the idea of Biden doing that to the Supreme Court justices because they hate that Supreme Court. Even though it was done the right way, it was all done by the book, they hate it. In fact, one of them was even passed by nuking the filibuster that the Democrats nuked years before. The Democrats are the one that played the nuclear option and got rid of the filibuster. And then they got pissed when the Republicans used it to pass a Supreme Court justice. Okay, that's the point we're making, though. You guys keep doing this shit when it's good for you, and then when it gets used against you, you go, oh, poor us. Well, don't fucking do it in the first place then. Try to anticipate some of this shit. And again, people named Zoe are out of their fucking minds. Don't date them. Don't marry them. Don't even talk to them. Zoe's are fucked. Zoe's are off. It's just don't bother. West Coast Patriot girl. Oh, I'm sorry. She's talking. Hey guys, don't argue with Grandma's Boys podcast in the chat. He's weird. There's something wrong with that. He's got a screw loose. He's like that Charlie guy. King Kong Dong says they failed on Ruth Bader Ginsburg and it bit them in the ass thinking Hillary was going to win. Yeah, Ruth Bader. Well, also Obama was pissed at Ruth Bader Ginsburg because he wanted her to step down so he could replace her. And she's like, no, I'm fucking staying. And I don't think they really cared because it was, they kind of thought Hillary was going to win and she'd be able to replace her anyway. And then, oopsie daisy, Trump got the W. Guys, we are 155 away from today's goal. Do me a favor, let's get some movement going on that. I would love to have some movement on that 155 goal. You guys are doing great, and I appreciate it. Let's make sure we keep that momentum going, and we hammer out today's goal and make it a successful week, and then we'll do a half hour of overtime for you. How's that? Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo. There's the links in the chat. About $1.50, and we'll call this thing a win. Oh, boy, here we go. I thought ESPN was trying to, get away from the politics. I thought ESPN kind of learned their lesson that everyone thinks they're fucking cringe now. But apparently they've got more women commenting on sports and politics. And, I mean, it's so overtly biased. ESPN's going to really start fucking themselves over by just the woke shit that they do. Wasn't Jason Whitlock, he was an ESPN guy, and they had to let him go because he was talking about society and politics too much, but it just wasn't on the right side for ESPN and Disney. Well, this Sarah Spain is bitching now about how ESPN covers women's sports, which women's sports have never been covered more than they have been now with Caitlin Clark and women's soccer bitched enough that we now talk about them, even though really nobody cares. But, like, you still have people bitching, like, why don't we cover women's sports as much? Because nobody gives a shit. Like, this month, the month of July, this is the last month that we won't have football until March. And as soon as August hits and we're pushing on the Hall of Fame game, people are going to want to talk about football when they're talking about sports. And then when football starts, you got the baseball playoffs are going to be starting. And people are going to want to talk about the baseball playoffs in October. And, like, I'm sorry, nobody gives a shit about women's, like, really, nobody gives a shit about women's sports outside of Caitlin Clark. Like, it's not just nobody gives, like, people only give a shit about the WNBA. They don't even care about the WNBA. They care about the Caitlin Clark story, and that's it. But ESPN personality Sarah Spain said that she was stifled in her attempt to bring a women's sports show to the network. Ugh. Do you know what? It's not because your bosses are sexist. It's not because ESPN is sexist. It's because the executives looked at doing a women's sports talk show and all they could hear was the click of channels changing. And people not watching the network and a failing show that they were going to have to put a shitload of money into. Because you know that Sarah Spain would want only women covering the topics and they'd have to pay all of them, you know, a decent, you know, right up there with what, like, the men make and all that stuff. Maybe not Stephen A. Smith money. And then the show would fail and it would be terrible. And then ESPN would cancel it. And then a bunch of groups would complain that they're not being fair and equitable and blah, 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 blah. And the fact of the matter is, it's not about fair or equitable. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody's going to watch a show about women's sports. Spain has worked with ESPN for 2 decades and has made many controversial statements about pushing women's sports broadcasting forward. She has often been at odds with others in the industry while accusing them of bigotry. You don't think that there's guys that work at ESPN that go, boy, I'd really like to see more golf coverage on the network because they really like golf. And the bosses don't go, shut the fuck up, dude. Nobody gives a fuck about golf. We're covering golf enough. We don't need to worry about it. Or like there's some guy who's a hockey fan. He's like, we should be covering hockey more. And ESPN's like, barely any people give a fuck about hockey. It's not that big a deal. Or like if you had a me at ESPN and he was like, man, we should be talking more boxing. They'd be like, nobody fucking cares about boxing, dude. It's not 1975. Miss me with that shit. That's the same thing. And by the way, they're telling Sarah Spain this nicely. You know, they just tell a guy he's being dumb. But they go to Sarah Spain and they're like, well, we can table that discussion for a later time. I don't know if now's the time to start a women's sports talk show. Like, that's them being nice to you, dude. Spain has worked with ESPN for 2 decades and has made many controversial statements about pushing it forward. During an interview on sports media with Richard Deitch, what a name, Spain claimed that ESPN rejected multiple pitches for women's sports shows on the network. I just get annoyed that this gets called sexism when it's just business. When you get to the top of most places, it's still a middle-aged white dude. Weird. When you get to the top of the biggest sports network in the world, there's a middle-aged white guy running it. Do you know why? That's the target market for sports. Middle-aged white guys. They love it. What else do they have? That's it. They come home from work. They watch their sports. That's all they have. Between the NWSL's Chicago Red Stars and my many pitches of a women's sports show to ESPN that did not go answered, well, shouldn't that be your answer? Hey, I want a women's sports talk show. Just don't respond to her. It'll be better this way. There's still this feeling sometimes of, man, I wish I had $1 billion, Spain said. Well, then go make $1 billion. Go start your sports network and talk about nothing but women's sports. And we'll see how it goes. Now, we all know what the answer is. We're being kind of cynical with her, but it's fucking retarded. The reporter then blamed executives who don't buy in and do research about how profitable such programming would be. Everybody thinks their fucking idea is profitable until they ask for somebody else's money to be put on the line to do it. Right. If it's so profitable, put up your own money, borrow some money, get it done, reap the profits for yourself. When you get to the top of most places, it's still a middle-aged white dude, and they have to buy in, and they have to do the work, and they have to read the data, and they have to update themselves on the analytics. They have to recognize that they are being told you are years behind a massive economic opportunity and still not think of it as a charity. That's what's been really frustrating for me. But it's still a charity. You understand the WNBA, even with Caitlin Clark mania, still doesn't make any money? The NBA subsidizes it. The NBA makes so much fucking money that they can float the WNBA and keep it alive. And then you want to take an executive who's got to talk to shareholders and the board and get rich people's money and put on a show that's probably not going to work. Despite her claims that she had several sponsors lined up for the program, I'm sure, the network still allegedly said no. Spain added that one sponsor was willing to give ESPN a bunch of money, with 3 other sponsors interested, but the Disney-owned network still rejected it. She did, however, recognize ESPN's work for women's sports, but said the network could still do more. All right, let's see. What's ESPN TV broadcast schedule? Let's see where we're going to put let's see where we're going to put this women's talk show. Oh, you know what? I bet since it's the 4th of July weekend. Well, I want ESPN's like regular everyday schedule. ESPN everyday TV schedule. What's on? TV schedule listing guides. All right, ESPN TV schedule. 12 a.m. Let's take a look. 12. Let's start at 6 a.m. They've got the Wimbledon Championships. All right, that's dudes and chicks. So there you go. You got Wimbledon. What the fuck? Why does it go from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.? Oh, because Wimbledon's on all fucking day. 5 p.m. Around the Horn. 5:30, Pardon the Interruption. You're not getting rid of either of those shows. Both of those shows are staples on ESPN. Sports Center? Yeah, no. All-Star Selection Show? No. 30 for 30? One of the biggest documentary series in ESPN history? No. 30 for 30 after that at 10 p.m.? No. And Sports Center at 11? No. Sorry. Let's go to Monday. All right, let's go to a regular broadcast day. Sports Center until 8 a.m. Oh, then Wimbledon again. So, yeah, you're not fucking with Wimbledon. I'm sorry. Oh, God, they got more. How fucking long is Wimbledon? Jesus Christ. I should know this. April and I used to watch tennis together. Whoopsie daisy. Here we go. So this is their regular schedule. Sports Center until 7 a.m. All right, we'll give you a women's sports talk show during the 4 a.m. Sports Center. And you know what they'll say? They'll go, oh, they're putting us in a shitty time slot. All right, well, here. Let's find which show we're going to take off the air to put on your women's sports talk show program. Get Up with Mike Greenberg, where they have like an all-star panel talking about sports. Yes, sorry, no. First Take with the face of the franchise, Stephen A. Smith and Mad Dog Russo. Yeah, no. The Pat McAfee Show, which is quickly becoming the most popular thing ESPN has. Yeah, probably not. Sports Center, no. NBA Today, no. Baseball Tonight, no. Sports Center at 6, no. Baseball Tonight at 7, no. And then the Home Run Derby, Sports Center, and Sports Center. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's no room in a regular broadcast schedule for fucking chick talk sports. I mean, Silence Do Good, I can't talk about that. I'm sorry. My fucking First Amendment rights are taken away on that. What I said Monday is the truth. Sorry if people who are obsessed with me and fucking, I just want him gone, I hate him, blah, 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 blah. You're getting kind of a biased source, no offense. I have not fucking lied to you once since I've been coming out with this stuff. You're listening to the wrong guy. Silence Do Good with $5. That guy can't look into the camera and honestly say that, oh, I have an unbiased take on air. Stop it. That's fucking ridiculous. But thank you, Silence Do Good, for the $5. Guys, we are 150 away from knocking out today's goal. We got 38 minutes left to do so. Here's what I need. OGs, start firing away. Let's knock this thing out. 150 left to go. Let's not wait till the final 5 minutes. Let's get this thing hammered out. We got about 35 minutes to go. I want to see. This is our last goal of the week. We're killing it. We are fucking killing it. One person writing in, if Mitch McConnell did anything right, it was not taking up Merrick Garland's nomination for the Supreme Court. Another person, speaking of ESPN coverage, did you hear they are covering a historical ping pong event in China? Is that the one where King Kong is going to Hong Kong and he's going to play ping pong with his ding dong? Is that it? Oh, boy. All right, guys, 150 away. I want to see that hammered out. Just throw a shitload of fake donations at PayPal. Just click the PayPal link and throw in a fuckload of fake donations. Perfect. It's all pinned to the top of the chat in YouTube. And again, it's the last goal of the week, man. Last one. Why is Robert F. Kennedy denying that he ate a dog? Or no. He's denying an SA accusation. Oh, and he's denying eating a dog. See, if you really want to throw people's, if you want to throw the scent off the trail, what you do is you admit to the dog eating, and then you don't admit to the SA. Or, I don't know, it depends on which one's more embarrassing for you. Oh, by the way, if you guys are going to trust a guy who talks perverted sexually about a 10-year-old and sends really creepy fucking tweets to a 14-year-old, if you're going to believe a guy who's basically an underage sex pest, in my opinion, you might want to find new heroes. That's all I'm saying. When it comes to that guy or me, sorry, guys, he's not the good guy. My bad. Sorry to break that to you. You can hate me all you want, but that guy is a fucking problem. He's a pest. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has denied allegations made in a new Vanity Fair report that he had previously eaten a dog while sidestepping accusations of SA levied by a former nanny in the magazine, saying, quote, "I'm not a church boy." Well, I mean, if you're a Catholic, that, the SA thing doesn't exactly exclude you from being a church boy. Wow, amazing. Stories cannot be true? That's fucking incredible. Oh, he must just be a weirdo. In an interview with the Breaking Points political podcast released Tuesday, Kennedy called the Vanity Fair article a lot of garbage, but acknowledged that his past included many skeletons in his closet. So I'm kind of like RFK. I'm kind of open about the skeletons in my closet, so when one of them is not true, people get really fucking mad. I get it. I get RFK. Maybe I'm voting for him. I like the guy. The article alleges that Kennedy texted a message to a friend last year that included a photograph that showed him pantomiming eating a cooked animal carcass. In the message, Kennedy reportedly recommended the friend try eating dog while traveling in Korea. I mean, is there anything wrong with that? Isn't it? It's totally legal to eat dog in Korea. So I don't understand. Where's the crime on that one? Why is he denying the eating? Well, maybe he didn't eat the dog then, because it's not a crime to do it there. And if he says he didn't eat it, then I guess fucking no reason to lie. First of all, he's a Kennedy. If the worst thing a Kennedy has eaten is dog, he's doing great. Because, haven't other Kennedys gone to, Bohemian Grove and eaten, gold roasted babies and shit? I mean, if the worst a Kennedy ever ate was a dog, I think he's doing okay. Wild card with $5 over on PayPal. There you go. Let that be the start of a rally. What's his nuts with $20? Says, have a great 4th. Don't be dumb and blow off your fingers. Another win for the toe. Oh, boy. Now I got to do some math here. There we go. Lance with $9.99 says, what about the sports bra in Minneapolis? The female-only sports bar, the city and state funded through diversity grants. I don't know what that's an emoji is of, because it blends in with the yellow, but it says paid for it. Thank you, Lance. By the way, Lance has been a very fair coverage guy of everything involving me. I really like that Lance dude. People get mad at him because he's not a fucking total douche to me. That's usually how you know a guy's telling the truth. Is when fucking people who are like blood dripping from their teeth angry get mad at someone. They're usually a truth teller. So I like Lance. He's not always nice to me, but he's always fair, in my opinion. Guys, we are only 125 away from knocking it. Never mind, 120. Buffalo Jockey with $5. Look at this motherfucker. He says Kristi Noem can shoot the dog, then he can eat the mutt. It'll be a party. There you go. Citizen M says, also me, a fair coverage guy. I think you post clips that are real clips. I think sometimes you throw in your editorial opinion. So I think the clips you post, like what you clip and put up, are real and they're fair. I think sometimes your commentary, like mine, like anybody else's, can be tilted. By the way, 120 away from today. 120 away from knocking it out. Thank you guys so much. Keep her coming. Thank you, What's His Nuts. Thank you to everybody. Remember, fake donations only on PayPal. Make sure you get those fake ones in there. Yeah, so Kristi Noem has, someone says, doesn't Citizen M have to give $200 before he's allowed back? No. I have a soft spot for Citizen M in a weird way. April fucking hated his guts. And I get it. Like, he was not nice to April. I get why. Citizen M's definitely one of the guys that ran her off the internet, you know, with the bullying and shit. And I know his goal wasn't to bully her. He thought he was a truth teller or whatever. But, like, Melton, all those people, like, that's why you can't believe anything they say about me, because, like, their goal was to torture that poor woman off the internet. So, again, bunch of fucking creeps. Just a bunch of weirdos. You can't take him seriously. Kennedy reportedly, I don't care if he ate dog. Where does the SA accusation come from, though? The article is a lot of garbage. The picture they said is of me eating a dog. It's actually me eating a goat in Patagonia on a whitewater trip many years ago. Like, again, he's a Kennedy. I was dining on goat in Patagonia on a whitewater trip. They say they have an expert that has identified that as a dog carcass. It's not true. Imagine having to deny that, though. Like, we're such a retarded country. We're so fucking stupid. Imagine having to deny that as if it makes any fucking sense. Hey, you're running for president. Hey, can we ask you any questions about, like, running the country, or can we ask you any questions about what your positions are on important issues? No, I want to ask him whether or not he ate dog back in the 90s. Get fucked. Now, the maid thing, the Vanity Fair article also features Eliza Cooney, a former part-time babysitter who worked for Kennedy between 98 and 99, alleging that he groped her in his kitchen. Kennedy declined to directly acknowledge the SA accusation at first, instead dismissing the other allegations as part of a very, very rambunctious youth. So he groped the babysitter in the kitchen 26 years ago, allegedly. I'm sorry. Am I a bad guy? I don't care. Like, he tried to do a groping almost 30 years ago, and now he's running for president. I mean, it just seems so. And also, they're not digging up this 30-year shit for anybody they like. It's a third party who they think is going to fuck somebody over. So they're going to try and get him. It's like when Ron Paul was running. Ron Paul was starting to gain some traction, I think, in 2012. He was starting to gain a little bit of primary traction. And so they came out with these newsletters that somebody wrote, and they go, these newsletters are racist and Ron Paul published them and blah, 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 blah. And it was just like, it was such this fucking hatchet job. And then it kind of, it like slowed him down just enough where they didn't have to have him on the debates. It was such a bullshit deal because that's where Ron Paul was getting a lot of his support. Ron Paul was getting his support from being in the debates and people watching them. And they're like, I really fucking like this guy. Like, I like the cut of this guy's jib. Let's go to audience here on the text line. Dog is a fine meat. Thank you very much. ESPN is covering pickleball starting Friday, and they've asked you to be a correspondent. Dude, I fucking hate pickleball so goddamn much. I can't put into words the accurate amount. I despise and hate pickleball. It's a violent hatred. Really is. $120 away. 30 minutes left in today's show. We're in striking distance. Keep her going. Throw in 5. Throw in 10. Throw in 20. Let's knock out this $120. Do 30 minutes of overtime. 4th of July holiday week, and we get a perfect week. How fucking great would that be? Thank you guys so much for your support today. Maybe, and like, I knew numbers would be down today, but like we peaked out at like 9-something, and we're usually like at 11 or 12. It's not as bad as a drop off for the holidays I thought it was going to be. So you guys all want to throw in 5, 10, 20? Get after it. Do the damn thing. Let's hammer this thing out and call it another win for the toe. Das Optic Nerve says, how long before pickleball is an Olympic sport? Might not be that long, actually. They've got curling. They've got, what's the one? They just picked a retarded one to make an Olympic sport, and I can't remember what it is. I could see darts becoming an Olympic sport or pool becoming an Olympic sport. So, yeah, I could see pickleball getting there. Remember the Kavanaugh allegations? Yeah, that's another one. When Brett Kavanaugh was going to become a Supreme Court candidate, and he was going to be the guy that gave it a conservative majority on the court, and the Democrats were furious, and they tried to throw everything at him. So they found this woman. I mean, this was really disgusting, and people should be put in jail for these kind of fake accusations. This woman claimed that Brett Kavanaugh R-worded her at a party years ago. But if you look in their journals, he was never at that party, or you look at like the timelines from back then, it was either he was never at that party or she was never at that party. Her story kept falling apart. It had absolutely no merit to it. It was almost like she was hired by the Democrats to just make it up. And they're like, look, we'll take care of you. We'll make sure that just dirty this guy up enough so he can't become a Supreme Court justice. And, we'll handle things on your end. I mean, it was such a bullshit allegation. Someone told me yesterday, they go, #BelieveAllWomen. And my response was, I've lived too long. Like, I'm sorry if that's, mean or too based or whatever. It's so retarded to have these hashtags like believe all this, believe all that. I believe who sounds credible at this point in my life. I've seen way too many people lie for their own clandestine reasons, like really evil, awful 4D chess shit. Really bad to really fuck people up and really hurt people. And they've been all genders. So my response always when I hear someone say, believe all women, my response is always, I've lived too long. I've seen too much. Like, you're not going to get me on some childish slogan that tries to make me feel guilty. You know who I believe? Credible women, credible people, credible men. Like, if I believed all women, the fucking Duke lacrosse kids would be rotting in a prison cell right now. Brett Kavanaugh would be in a prison cell right now. What's his name? The Indian comic, Aziz Ansari, would be in jail right now. Like, there's so many people who would just, they would be in all sorts of trouble for no reason if we just #believed all women. So you can say #believe all women all you want. My response is, I've seen too much. I've lived a life. I will believe those who are credible. Sometimes those will be women. Sometimes those will be men. But I think we really do ourselves and the culture in general a disservice when we just come up with these blanket hashtags for shit. It's retarded. Chucky B with $9.99 on YouTube says, keep the perfection going. Thank you, Chucky. 115 away from knocking it out today. Buffalo Jockey with $5. Isn't that the second time he sent that? Maybe not. Maybe I already read that one. It says it's new. Christy Nome can shoot the dog, then RFK can eat them up. Oh, no, Mindy Lee with $5 says not fake, but free Google Play points. Yeah, use your Google Play points to throw a couple bucks into the show. That's always fun, too. Dr. Silverwolf with $10. Hey, guys, we're at an even hundo for today. Says, I was going to save this dono till late, but have a happy 4th, everyone. Enjoy time with your families. Remember the Alamo, fuck Russia and China, and keep your fingers. You need them. How you going to finger pop abroad if you don't have fingers? What are you going to do? Nubber clit? Actually, probably wouldn't feel too bad. Not that I know. No clit. Sorry. By the way, we are, okay, so an even 100 away from today's goal. There you go, guys. You know what the numbers are. Go get it. Go knock out that last 100. Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, Rumble, whatever. We are getting close, and we still got 20 minutes to hammer this thing out. Citizen M says, I believe hot women. If Brie Larson claims her 2-star movie is good, that's like an Oscar in my book. Look, the man's got standards. At least he's got a set of principles. Dead Game says, you've got groceries and gas. Give me the rest. You don't need it. I like that. Yeah. Just whatever you got extra just laying around, throw your couch cushions at me. Das Optic Nerm says, do I smell a rally or is that just Aaron's SpaghettiOs burning on the stove? $100 away from a perfect fucking holiday week. Thank you, guys. Make it happen. Appreciate it. Oh, man. We've got an hour and a half worth of stuff left. We've got a half hour of overtime coming if we knock out that hundo. We got plenty for you guys. All right. We've got another fraud case, another rip-off scam story. Let's see if I feel bad for the people involved. Usually I don't. I'm sorry. It's kind of like the believe all women thing. I've lived a life. This one is a Sacramento County couple alleging fraud by Surrogacy Escrow Company, and the feds are investigating this one. Dude, there's so many stories out there that make me so scared to do anything like kid-related that's not just like the old-fashioned way. Like there's so many, like those stories about like those sperm banks where like the doctor will use his own on like 50 different women. Or the surrogacy where they're just like, yeah, we didn't do it the way you asked. Or like they give you the wrong kid and like years later they find out. Fuck that noise. I went old school every time.
Well, says thousands of dollars meant for a surrogate are gone.
Well, the feds are investigating the company accused of stealing millions from parents just like them. Your Sacramento County reporter Madison Keevy has the heartbreak and breakdown of what we know.
I never even thought that I'd get to say I'm going to be a mother. Yeah. So that's so exciting. But then to have this happen is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Caitlin and Christopher Kettman dreamed of this moment, their baby boy, coming in 2024.
We had just hit that point of like, okay, things are going good. We're getting good signs from all of our doctor's appointments.
Why are we I have a question. Just because I'm looking at these two and they look very vegan, do you think this shit we're putting in our body and like medications and anxiety meds and stress meds and antidepressants and all this shit, it's fucking us up, isn't it? Because these guys, I mean, these two look like they've maybe been, maybe they haven't been medicated. Maybe they're just skinny and goofy looking. But like, I just feel like we're really fucking ourselves because so many people need surrogacy now. So many people need in vitro now. And they're otherwise like young and virile and they should be in the prime of their baby making time. But like so many people need to go have shit done. Is it women being on birth control for 10 years? Is it, like I said, the prescription drugs? Something's fucking with us. Is it the food? Like, I hate to be like make this like Children of Men, but we're fucking ourselves up with something, because these are not two people who look like they should need help getting pregnant. They should be able to just, throw your load in, let it marinate. 10 months later, you got yourself a kid. By the way, we need to start normalizing 10 months instead of 9. It's 40 weeks. So that's 10 months where I'm from.
Surrogate's feeling great. She had finally hit the second trimester. Like, things were starting to feel.
Finally? It's no finally. It's a time frame. You finally.
Positive.
About a month ago, their joy turned to concern. $45,000 set aside its surrogacy escrow account management in Houston vanished.
We just thought there was some administration problem that they needed to figure out with the bank, and that was it until that bombshell email.
That's when the couples learned there was a federal investigation. A Texas judge has since frozen all the accounts. At the center of the court filings, the company's owner, Dominique's side.
Why does Oh, look, Vegan Fashion Week. Holy shit, how did I know? I fucking knew it. These people are fucked up. What's going on? I'm worried. I'm really hoping that I die before it all falls apart, and I'm hoping that my kids grow old and die before it really melts down. Like, I'm pretty sure my future grandkids are fucked. But, like, too many people are needing drugs. Too many people are needing pills. Like, I've been depressed lately. Like, I mean, obviously I lost, who was my best friend. I did everything with him, and I lost that person. I didn't want to. I got chosen over. I got left. I got fucking bailed on, and they wanted a different life than me, and that's really hard for a confident person like me to deal with, and it can lead to some depression type shit. But I'm white knuckling it. I want to feel it. I want to get better. I don't want a pill that fucking numbs me. I want to feel the pain. I want to learn how to deal with the pain. I want to come out of it better the other side, which I am. And I want to learn shit from it. I don't want someone to give me a pill to numb me and make me okay with it, because that makes me crazy too. And then I'm crazy with a medication. Let me white knuckle my fucking depression, dude. Let me learn a life skill of how to deal with shit like that. But we put people on so many pills. We put people on so many prescriptions. And then everybody needs to spend $50,000 on fucking surrogacy because their fucking tubes get all rotted from all the poison we're putting in our body.
Only comment, an automated email response that the feds are investigating her and the company.
There's so many things that could go wrong. This was the last thing we thought would go wrong.
These soon-to-be parents believe their money is gone. The FBI opened an information page for potential victims, but there aren't immediate answers for the missing millions.
There's so many people who now can't have babies because they just put money into this fund. They haven't been able to have that transfer yet, so now they can't have babies. She took that from them.
So this bitch this vegan cunt ran a surrogacy thing and just basically took the money and said, fuck you guys. Wow. What a shit move. Is someone calling it mint version Nick and April? Dead Game says that gay F word has no balls, hence no sperm. You look like you're handling that depression real great, says Chevy Fan. Well, I mean, I'm doing pretty well. There's setbacks. Chevy Fan, are you being serious or are you fucking with me? Because I don't know. I feel like I'm doing pretty good. Like it's a heavy hand I've been dealt. Patricia with $10 says, came for the Ricada drama, stayed for the toe. Thank you, Patricia. Another win for the toe. $90 away, guys. We are in the double digits. Let's keep it up. We're only $90 away from a full W for the week, and we've got 15 minutes to knock it out. That means only 9 of you throwing in $10. That means only 4.5 of you throwing in 20. Let's fucking go, baby. $90 away. Streamlabs, PayPal. Put the fake donations in PayPal like Patricia. Those are the fake ones. And let's do it, man. I mean, we are only $90 away from a holiday week knocking out every goal. Go ahead, throw in. Let's do the damn thing. Chevy fan says, I ain't telling. It's better to keep you wondering. Yeah, I wanted to know if you guys thought I was, handling the depression all right. But now you guys are just going to fucking make me wonder. You're going to keep me hanging on. I'm not worried we're going to be taken over by Mersha's cats, and I will let out Ringworm 25, says Atomic Ray. Oh, shit, man. This guy's already got a plan. King Kong Dong says, Aaron, I have knowledge on this topic. Wife's job is in surrogacy. Can confirm this lady is a cunt. Okay. Yeah, Jess Wigg says, this even exists? Vegan Fashion Week? I didn't know either until now. So this woman took people's $45,000 and didn't even do the fucking surrogacy. There's a special place in hell for people like that because nobody wants to double check with somebody like that. They want to believe that they're getting their kid. They're so excited. Why are we more infertile? Are we more infertile now? U.S. infertility rates have plateaued after declines in the late 20th century. The rate of infertility among women in the United States has remained the same. So, okay. Infertility affects a staggering 1 in 6 people worldwide. Fuck. About 11% of women and 9% of men childbearing age have infertility. In total, up to 15% of heterosexual couples are impacted by it. I feel like we're putting shit in our bodies. I hate to be a conspiracy guy. I feel like we're doing something fucked up. I really do. Hey, we got some great news. Then we're going to beg you guys for $90 to keep the show going today and do a half hour of overtime, or you're starting your weekend early. One of the two. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, memberships, Rumble Rants, whatever. Let's knock out that last 90 and do an extra half hour of show today before we send you off for the 4th. Greg Gutfeld is still the dude. Not only is Greg Gutfeld the king of late night, he's apparently fucking crushing everybody. Not only the 5, which is winning in the afternoons, but like his late night show, which is called Gutfeld, it's on cable news. It's on Fox, and it's crushing every late night show there is. I mean, it makes sense because even though Gutfeld will make fun of Democrats a lot, like he'll kind of makes jokes about everybody. He's just a snarky little shit. Like you watch those late night shows, and it's all just such propaganda. You watch a guy like Gutfeld, and you're like, finally a breather from this shit. Finally, they're just somebody who's just poking fun at people instead of just being an angry, whiny, mopey cunt all the time. He's beating Colbert. He's beating Kimmel. So is he beating Fallon's still around, isn't he? Isn't he beating Fallon? Beating Seth Meyers. Maybe he's losing to Fallon, and that's it, because they don't bring up Fallon in this article. Gutfeld was not far behind in overall viewers from the 5, which is on in the afternoon. 2.1 million viewers he's averaging. The show averaged above the 5 in the 25 to 54 demo. Fox usually skews older, bringing in 295,000 viewers, the most of any cable news program. Gutfeld, who previously hosted the 3 a.m. Red Eye, that was a good show, saw a double-digit increase in that demo. The show continues to beat other late-night programs from Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel, and others. Okay, so maybe he is beating Fallon. Though it benefits from airing slightly earlier at 10 p.m., he also managed to beat Seth Meyers in the 18 to 49 and 25 to 54 demo. So Gutfeld's fucking him up, man. He's got he's got 4 times the viewers than The Daily Show does. And Jon Stewart's he's hosting on Mondays. And Gutfeld's still beating The Daily. Oh my God. Gutfeld's show also doubled Daily Show's average of 156,000 viewers in the 25 to 54 demo. Yikes. Good for Gutfeld, man. That's awesome. That is really good. Hannity apparently is still doing well. 2.1 million viewers for the Ingram angle, 2.4 million for Hannity, 1.3 million for Fox News at night. People still watch Sean Hannity, huh? And no accounting for taste, I guess. Congratulations to Greg Gutfeld, man. He just seems like a good dude. He seems all right. So him winning on late night. I just like that he's winning on late night because everyone else is just such a fucking mope. Like Jimmy Kimmel crying all the time. Stephen Colbert just being a straight up propagandist with no humor. And Seth Meyers just being a bitter cunt. And like, the closer we get to the election, the worse those guys are going to get because they're going to go fucking bananas over Trump. And Gutfeld's just going to keep making jokes. King Kong Dong says there's an escrow company that is helping the parents who lost the money. The CEO went from millions in the account to 40K left. What a fucking asshole. Probably is going to open a vegan restaurant pretty soon. Have you not, Sam Show says, have you not seen all the ads for your jizz? They're on YouTube. Really? People want my jizz. You don't want my jizz. It ain't going to make any babies. Citizen M says, I like Kimmel, but that's it. All right. Yeah, people, I always thought that people didn't want to turn on comedy shows to be reminded of the fucking drama and problems that are going on in the outside world. I always thought like Carson, Leno, Letterman, Conan, all those guys, their whole job was make me laugh before I go to bed so I don't go to, because the news was on before the late night shows. And the news would tell you who got murdered and what scandals were going on. And they'd be like, all right, you guys ignore that shit, make me laugh so I can go to bed without being terrified. I mean, that's kind of what Gutfeld is sort of mimicking. All right, guys, it's the end of the morning. Let's see if we can knock out this last $90 and call it a W. We've got 6 minutes left until we either open up a whole new batch of stories and fuck around, and maybe we can stare at Michelle Obama's dick some more for the last 30 minutes of the show. But I really want to knock out that last 90. So if you got some PayPal, you got some Super Chats, you got some membership gifting to do, I would love you for it because we are $90 away from knocking out every single goal that we've had this week during a fucking holiday week, which would be huge. So there you go. Please and thank you. The links are in the chat. We got 5.5 minutes to go. Who wants to start a rally? $5 at a time will do it. Start a rally. Go insane. Go nuts. Let's get a W. It's double digits already. $90 away. We can do this thing. Whoever starts it off, you guys just keep following them. Keep going. Somebody in the Google messaging says, Gino rants about Jimmy Fallon and COVID for 30 minutes with hard R's. Yeah, if we had Gino here today, overtime could just be the yelling about Jimmy Kimmel. It'd be perfect. All right, guys, there you go. Fauci's Pangolin has started the rally with $5. That's going to put us at $85 away from today's goal. Oh, we are tantalizingly close. You can feel it. 85. King of All Yeti says, how much to get you to not do overtime? However much you feel that it's worth, big fella. Alex Jones with $50 says, Michelle Obama has a dick. What? Even I didn't know that. Wow, Alex Jones didn't know that Michelle Obama had a cock. All right, guys, we are a whopping $35 away from today's goal. $35 away, and we have 4.5 minutes left. 4.5 minutes to knock it out, and $35 away. Now, I think that you guys should just keep that rally going. Knock that 35 out easy and call it a day, huh? Well, I mean, we'll do 30 minutes of overtime. Sam Show says Kimmel is all his writers. He's not even real. Well, I mean, in fairness, a lot of those guys are their writers. They have a big writing room. A lot of really good comics got their start writing. Like Conan got his start writing for SNL. Louis C.K. got his start writing for Conan. So, I mean, a lot of the good ones get started writing. $35 away. Sean, Minnesota Patriot says, last time I went to a rally, I ended up shooting Antifa. All right. Well, our rallies are a lot safer than the Antifa rallies. I promise. MGD with $2 says, hey, butthead, this sucks. Thank you. I appreciate it. Noel with $2. Is that the Noel? I like that guy. Says, toe it up. Thank you, buddy. Oh, $35. Das Optic Nerve says, someone don't do $34, please. I would laugh really hard if someone did $34. I'm going to admit that $34 would make me laugh my dick off. All right, call it. We're done. Don't give me any more money. No more money, no more money, no more money. Call it. Atomic with $40 says, have a great weekend. Thanks for the laughs. Another win for the toe. Oh, God, you guys, some of you hate hearing that, don't you? You fucking hate it. And with over 3 minutes to spare. Sorry, guys. Sorry about your damn luck. It was a perfect week, too. Hey, remember on Monday when all you guys who hate my guts, remember you're like, this is going to happen all the time now. Remember when we knocked that out yesterday as well as yesterday? And now today we knocked it out? Remember that? Do you remember? You hate that I'm doing this right now, by the way. I know you do. You're just such a cocky, arrogant fuck. You don't have to watch it. Like, I could sit here and just make fun of you all day. I have a microphone. You don't. You can seethe in the chat all day, and I can tease you and make fun of you, or you can stop abusing yourself and just step away. But you won't do it. You can't help it. Why? Because I compel you. I'm fucking talented. I've got a great show, and you hate it so much that you can't walk away from it. You've got how many A-log channels who just think I'm the biggest piece of shit and the most evil guy in the world, but yet here you are. I'm touched. Thank you. And I love you too. Have a great 4th of July. Mr. Beat says, thanks for the fake donations, guys. Oh, yeah, those last 2 were fake donations on PayPal. MSO says, another win for the toe. Indeed. Mr. Beat says, Neil Brennan contracted HIV while writing for the Chappelle Show. Forgot about that. Landers says, Brennan got AIDS from letting the what producers come in his ass? Dead Game says, phew, I was typing $200. Good timing. Oh, you can still give the $200 if you want. It's not like I'm going to walk away from that. My first name is Hebrew. I mean, not my first name isn't Hebrew. It's Aaron. It's a Hebrew name. But that was my grandfather was, I think all Greatest Generation guys were a little anti-Semitic, you know, but not as much as the Germans. So like the less anti-Semitic guys beat the super anti-Semitic guys. But like when my parents told my mom's dad that they were naming me Aaron, my grandfather's first words were, he's a goddamn Jew, baby. It's always nice to feel the love of family members before you're even out of the... I don't even know if I was out of the womb yet at that point. But when they told me that, when they told my grandpa that my name would be Aaron, I was, quote, that goddamn Jew, baby. Sam Show says, you're a fucking knife-eared bastard. Jesus Christ. Wow. JL not here. No, you were not muted, buddy. You're cool. You're good. My grandpa called me a goddamn Jew, baby. And some of Dead Game says based pawpaw. Jesswig says fucking coughing, laughing thing. I can be a funny guy from time to time. But the tragedy of it, as my grandpa called me a goddamn Jew, baby, Hebrew, Judaism, religion had nothing to do with my first name. My dad is a sports tard, just like I am. And his dad's, my dad's name, or my dad's name, Henry, Hank. And my dad, being a sports fan, wanted to name me Hank after his dad and have my middle name be Aaron. He wanted me to be Hank Aaron Imholt, which, let's be honest, would be fucking badass. But my other grandpa told my dad, don't name your kid Hank. Nobody's named Hank anymore. Don't name your kid Hank. I'm sorry, but Hank's a fucking badass name no matter what year it is. And Hank Aaron Imholt? That would like radio and broadcasting and stuff, that would be my stage name. I would do the whole thing. Like Paul F. Tompkins, Hank Aaron Imholt. That's a badass host name. Do you know how much quicker I would have got syndicated back in the radio days if my name was Hank Aaron Imholt? It's either that or I got to change it to Jesus Christ Superstar. Hank Aaron Imholt. It's a badass fucking name. Citizen M says, A-loggers are just unhappy fans. They have a hard time admitting it. They don't, you know what it is? It's the shit-eating grin that I wear when I kick the shit out of them. They don't like it. And it keeps them coming back. It keeps my numbers higher. We've been in the thousands for the last month and a half. We've been doing better than everybody. And they make it happen. They get mad at me for kicking ass, and then they get mad at me, and they're the ones contributing to it. I don't know what to tell you. Mr. Beat says, every time I brought a Jewish home when I was in high school, my grandma would say, not another Jew bitch. Dude, yes. The Greatest Generation was anti-Semitic as fuck. It's weird that they saved the Jews, right? Because they were probably like, look, you don't deserve this. I mean, this is terrible, but if you don't mind, I know you're really skinny and frail, but do you mind if I put my wallet in my front pocket? I just want to be safe. They were. My grandpa helped liberate concentration camps, and he called me a goddamn Jew baby. It does seem like, mixed motivations. Jesswig says, Nick got the Jew nose, and you're a goddamn Jew baby. Well, Nick made his Jew nose. Nick created his through, they gave me my Jew name. Dead Game says, Hank Aaron fucking knew it. A blackie. Jesus Christ. Lander says, your dad wanted to name you Hank. Is your dad gay too? Das Optic Nerve says, Hank is a cooler name than Aaron. Hank Aaron Imholt. That would have been cool. By the way, hate to be gay here. Love my Gordon Lightfoot shirt. Sam Show says, you could just change your name to that. You're cringe enough. Says, thank you. It's wonderful. With fans like you, who needs detractors? Mr. Beat says you could change your middle name to Hernandez. Aaron Hernandez Imholt. We've got to do this. My middle name is Michael. I'm an old Catholic boy. I've got the easiest middle name there is. Everybody's middle name is Michael. SC Motorsports, your name would be Beta World Peace. Beta World Peace. King Kong Dong says he worked the guard towers at the camps. No, my grandpa did not fight for the Nazis. Chevy fan, you get your money, then criticize Jews. Classic. No, wait. It's not the way it was supposed to go. It happened that way. Gino and Keanu will regret abandoning Aaron. Nobody's abandoned Aaron. I just talked to both of them. Jesus Christ, you guys. People go on the internet too much. Holy shit. Landers says, we fought the wrong enemy, General Patton. Dude, General Patton wanted to go. His words when we defeated Germany was, on to Russia. General Patton and, who was it? It was General Patton and Churchill wanted to fight the Russians. King Kong Dong says, your parents should not have listened to Grandpa. I know. Hank Aaron Imholt would have been a banging name. I hope your dad knows that Hank Aaron's first name is Henry. Well, no, my name would have been Henry, but they would have called me Hank. Landers says they didn't abandon Aaron. We have play dates later. Let's over. MGD with $5 says Aaron's granddad's reaction after finding out he'd been named Aaron. Hawk Tuah. Deranged Lunatic, a.k.a. DL with $1.99, says, Aaron says, you hate me, but you also need me. It's true. You hate me, but you need me. I feel bad for steel toe haters, man. I feel bad. Not only do they follow a guy who said really pedophilic shit in Patrick Melton, like really pedophilic shit, like that guy's harboring some really deep-seated fucked up shit. Like you can't talk about 10-year-olds and 14-year-olds the way he does without like that's like I'll fuck around with Melton. I'll make fun of him and everything because he's pathetic. But like the way he talks about underage girls There's a problem there, in my opinion. Like, just you watch him talk about, like, turn them upside down, they're a cup holder. Like, that's a guy who's got problems. There's a reason, in my opinion, that he pretended to have a fiance and pretended to have a wife. He's covering up some deep-seated feelings. Like, you can't talk that way and be okay with talking that way. And you can't write it off as a joke because that's just a cope. But, like, you can't talk that way about 10-year-olds and 14-year-olds and not have some real deep-seated shit fucked up with you. And part of me maybe feels bad for Melton. Like, maybe something happened to him when he was a kid. Because, like, that would explain the overeating. It would explain the obesity. It would explain the clear self-hatred that he has to pretend to be this character online. Because, like, he wasn't the steel toe guy before he had 30 viewers. And then he just became my towel boy. And then he got some viewers. And he made some money. So when you have a guy like that who says really creepy stuff about underage girls, and then he eats himself to death, I mean, he's going to die young. Like, there's not a happy, if you think that there's a happy ending for Patrick Melton, you haven't been paying attention. Like, he's going to die young because he's so remarkably unhealthy and lives such a sedentary lifestyle. The saddest part is he's, like, in such bad shape that exercising might kill him. So, and he doesn't have health insurance either. So the way he talks about underage girls, the way he overeats, how fat he is, how he's given up on taking care of himself and just lives in a basement and lies about lying about having a female relationship is what's the guy's name in Breakfast Club? She lives in Niagara Falls. You wouldn't know her. Anthony Michael Hall. Like, that's really fucked up shit. So the perversion, the obesity, the overeating, the creating a persona online, that's all clear emotional coping. I wouldn't be surprised if an adult did something very terrible to him. And it makes me kind of feel bad for him. Because there's all the hallmarks are there. And I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. And, like, because a lot of people who say fucked up shit like that about kids, usually it comes from somewhere personal. I'm not saying that's the case with him, but it would really, like, make the being really obese and unhealthy and angry and not happy with himself, and then the bullying on top of that. There's something going on there that probably happened when he was a kid. I learned through therapy and such that, like, that shit usually happens around 6 years old, the stuff that forms you. And if he's never gone to therapy or anything and worked that out, then there's something that happened to little Melton, possibly, that made him this way. Yeah, Landers, I can't say definitely legit, but in my opinion, he's definitely got some hallmarks, that's for sure. Chevy fan changing the name of the show to Nobody Likes Of Age People. Yeah, Das Optic Nerve says that's a piece of shit thing to say about a child. Yeah, I mean, when you can be that creepy, that effortlessly, hurt people. And I wouldn't be surprised if Patrick Melton was abused as a child. Not saying he was, but if it came out that he was, I would actually have nothing but sympathy for him either, because I would understand where all this comes from. Because remember, I never talked about the guy, never even knew the guy, didn't say anything. He just jumped on the bandwagon and became my towel boy. So the hurt people thing makes sense. Like, I'm a verbose, overconfident guy, so he sees that, which is probably what he wants to be and needs to take it down. Dude, and then the way he talks, like the cup holder thing, talking about a 10-year-old. The tweet he made at that 14-year-old, the morbid obesity. And he's probably been that way his whole life. God, the more we put it together, yeah. I think Melton probably went through there's a good chance Melton went through some bad shit. And now I just kind of feel bad and sympathetic for the guy. He should probably just come out with it. He'd probably feel better. Chevy fan says therapy for Aaron is the 5th plate at Golden Corral. Come on, this bit can't die. Oh, no. Landers says, yeah, things impact you and mold you into an adult, so that must mean Melton had run-ins with the Twinkies at an early age. Bigot on socialist media says you've ruined all the Melton's retards' day. I mean, why should today be any different than any other day? But they also probably know deep down that I'm right about that, because you don't become the kind of weirdo that he does and obsess about things that he does without something bad happening. Peter Sky Parker with $2. Hey, there's something for my lost interest. Now my lost interest has something to post today. I just like to give him material. Peter Sky Parker with $2 says, send Corey, Luke, and White Power Tom the link. Who's Luke? Is that the guy? Does Corey do like that K-Cuck show and stuff like that? Dead Game says, Melton is married. Most dorks don't get wives. He's not married. He lied about the being married thing. He lied about being engaged. He's living in some woman's basement. Again, the lying about having a woman, probably to cover up the trail of the other shit that you probably feel guilty about, it makes too much fucking sense not to be real. There's no other way to explain why he is the way he is, because he's a deeply damaged human being. Like, to follow another man and that be your thing, that's fucked up. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it's Occam's razor. But I don't know. Until he faces it, I don't know what to tell you. JL Not Here with $2 says, speaking of dark, Aaron being fat or gay jokes are like kids with cancer. They never get old. Dead Game says, well, he's a dork then. Case closed. He might not be a dork, though, dude. We might be dealing with an abused, like, hurt kid that never got to grow up. That's kind of shitty. All right, let's go into some of these things. This is great. I think I just wanted this one for the headline. Expectant dad on meth chased by police while driving pregnant girlfriend to Royal Hobart Hospital. This is Australia or New Zealand, I think. A man who led police on a high-speed chase to the Royal Hobart Hospital while high on meth was just trying to get his pregnant partner there. This is actually kind of sweet. Like, a lot of people on drugs just totally neglect children and, like, don't even worry about them. This is a meth head who actually gave a fuck not only about his partner, but about his unborn child. This is probably the most responsible meth head ever. I mean, not that you're taking the safety of anyone into consideration when you decide to drive to the hospital high on meth, but at the same time, again, like, people who are on meth usually neglect shit like that. And this is one that's actually, criticize him all you want. He's doing the damn thing. Trent Leonard, 26, was initially clocked at driving 160 kilometers per hour. English, please. I think that's like 80 miles per hour. On the Midland Highway at Mangalore just after 4 a.m. when he was supposed to be home while out on bail. Oh, no. He was on house arrest for meth. This makes this guy an even bigger hero. So this guy decided to violate his bail so he could get his partner to the hospital to have their baby. Now, the sad part that we're not remembering here is that this is a meth baby. Like, your dad's a meth head. So that part kind of sucks. But the fact that the meth head drove to get the baby delivered, that's, like I said, that's a step up. The chase began on the highway and continued onto Tea Tree Road and the East Derwent Highway, where police successfully spiked his vehicle in Lindisfarne. Wait, Lindisfarne? That means this is in England. This is in the UK. I only know this because, shut the fuck up, but Lindisfarne was the first target of the Vikings when they started raiding England. When they would go to the British Isles, the first place they hit was the monastery at Lindisfarne. There may be a Dark Ages documentary that I've watched one too many times. I always like hearing Lindisfarne mentioned. A little Viking shout out. Now, even with deflated tires, so he got spiked in Lindisfarne, and even with his deflated tires, the fucking junkie managed to drive over the Tasman Bridge to the hospital, where he left his partner in the car and ran away on foot down Argyle Street. Uncle Argyle. He was later found hiding in a bush. The court heard Leonard was traveling up to 85 miles per hour at times, driving on the wrong side of the road. All right, well, driving on the wrong side of the road is not, okay, We got to take that into consideration. Not the safest. But again, the fucking meth head thought about his unborn child and was trying to get the woman to the hospital. It's worth something. We can cancel out one of the charges because of that. I mean, driving the pregnant woman on the wrong side of the road at high speeds is not good, but wasn't it like they said 4 a.m? Nobody's driving. Nobody drives in Europe anymore anyway. Isn't that like evil fascist shit to be driving in Europe? Now, the court heard Leonard was traveling 85 miles per hour, driving on the wrong side of the road, took an exit in excess of 70 miles per hour, overtook a vehicle on a blind corner at 45 miles per hour across double continuous lines, sped past 2 police officers at 70 miles per hour, and ran a red light. All right, well, okay. We're starting to rack up some tickets here. Acting Supreme Court Justice David Porter said Leonard's pregnant partner had called police around halfway through the yard. Oh, no. So it was the pregnant lady who called the cops. So she's getting a ride to the hospital to have her kid, and even she's like, this is too fucked up. I got to get the cops to stop this. She told the operator she was concerned about the baby's well-being. When told to pull over, Leonard said he would not because he was worried that if he stopped and waited, she would lose the baby. When interviewed, he explained that the last time his partner was pregnant, it resulted in a stillbirth, and he said he was not losing the baby. I mean, it might be the fact that there was poisoned fucking meth jizz that helped bake the baby, but okay. I mean, look, again, this is like the most considerate meth head ever. But they said very plainly this course of dangerous driving makes it a serious matter. He has an extensive record of prior offending. There were obvious risks to the lives of other road users and his passenger and other members of the public. Police officers were also put at risk. All right, so they're not... It sounds like they're not giving this guy a break, unfortunately. JL Not Here with $1 says, you're wrong. Nick said driving on meth or coke makes you a safer driver by giving you higher mental focus. I doubt he ever said that. I don't believe you. I don't believe that was ever said. But we'll look, I'm willing to listen. There we go. Let's I'm just taking a look at some of the links I've been sent here. Oh, people want we need to do a crossover of Front Porch Conservative and Aaron Imholt. All right. Oh. I don't think I've ever watched Front Porch Conservative, but if I did, I'll do a show with anybody. I like doing shows with people. Front Porch Conservative says my DMs are open. All right. Okie dokie. Suave Banana sent me a photo of the Steel Toe AI chat. Viewers are discussing a video, possibly by Joe Rogan, suggesting that Aaron Rodgers and Michelle Obama had an affair. All right, that's one of the descriptions of my chats from today's show. Okie doke. Let's go to the Rumble chat. Glad to see England's birth rate is being saved by meth heads. Yeah, while Muslims are coming into the UK and having like 9 kids, at least their meth heads are reproducing. Bigot on socialist media says, only way this story could have been more Australian is when he got out of the car, empty beer cans fell out. Well, they're not going to arrest a guy for that. Chevy fan says, Meth Jizz is my favorite Tool song. Is there a fucking 9-minute bass solo in that Tool song? Jesus Christ. Oh, boy. $10 from Dan G. Says, so let me get this straight. Melton jokes about kids, and you joke about, well, that never happened. By your logic, there must be some deep-seated cover-up as well. Oh, no, it's a Melton fan coping. Have fun this weekend. Oh, Dan G is upset. I'm sorry I exposed your boy, Dan G. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. I'm sorry you guys throw like 9 days worth of shit at me and it's all horse shit. I do one thing. Look at what I do to you, motherfucker. I do one thing for 5 minutes and you have to throw in $10 because you can't help but be heard. Oh, do I have you by the fucking balls, every single one of you? Do you understand how much I fucking own you? You're my bitch. Love you too. And so is Melton, by the way. But yeah, but his whole hang up, like his psyche that we're starting to really get a good look into. I feel bad for whatever happened to little kid Melton because it created a fucking damaged adult. And it's probably something, again, in my opinion, it's probably something somebody did to him. There's no other way you could talk that. There's no other way you could normalize talking that way about underage children unless you're trying to normalize it to cope with something that may or may not have happened to you. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Shannon Sharp talking about the breakup of the show Undisputed between him and Skip Bayless. I feel like that show didn't last very long. He claims he's kind of hinting that it was Skip Bayless's fault. Remember when Stephen A. Smith and Max Kellerman broke up on First Take? And Stephen A. Smith didn't really make any bones about, like, he didn't hide the fact that he didn't like Max Kellerman and they didn't get along, and that pretty much led to the show breaking up. And ESPN obviously felt that Stephen A. Smith was more valuable than Kellerman. Shannon Sharp is pretty much going the same route about Skip Bayless. Before we get to that, we got some text coming in. Northumbria is fun to say. Somebody made a very funny drawing of me, and the shirt just says "man tits." Thank you. We have very kind fans. Oh, man. All right, Shannon Sharp opens up about the Undisputed breakup. Let's check it out.
The situation with Skip, right?
What the fuck is this homeboy wearing? Is this serious? Who is this guy? Funky. This is on the Funky Friday podcast. Motherfucker's just wearing a feather hat like it's not a thing. Like, if you're wearing a feather hat, every 3 minutes you should go, isn't my fucking hat retarded and gay? Like, isn't this a weird fucking hat? But this guy's just wearing that feather hat like this is some bad shit.
Was the frustration with Skip, or was the frustration with the network or the executives?
I think for me, I really appreciate Skip believing in me and bringing me there.
Okay.
Even when the network wanted him to hire a journalist, because I was really the first athlete to sit down and sit across from a journalist and debate topics.
Oh, by the way, the funny picture was made by the Optic Nerve. Thank you, buddy.
Right.
People know that you can talk about football. Because
okay, I fucking love this guy. He's just sitting there smoking a cigar and a feather hat doing a podcast. This guy's cooler than all of us.
Know that you can talk about football because obviously you played the game. Can he talk about basketball?
Right.
Can he talk about golf? Can he talk about baseball? Can he talk about social issues if they were to arise? So Skip believed that I could, and the opportunity presented itself, and I took full advantage of it.
Okay. So what went wrong? I mean, if you guys were, Skip believed in you and he rooted for you and he was a champion for you, what the fuck happened? Swinging and cocaine, that's what always tears these relationships down.
Maybe it was a combination of things. Maybe there are some things I could have done differently. Maybe I should have just had a conversation with Skip that before it even got to that point.
Why is he telling this story to the third member of Outcast?
Maybe said something differently, but I don't know. It's really hard to say. I just think that after 7 years and you with somebody, this is what I tell people about relationships. It's easier to grow apart than grow together. Mm. And maybe
that's some white girl shit, but it's fucking true though. Like, there's so many things that can get you all worked up, and it's so easy to just go, yeah, fuck this. Why would they do this? Blah, blah, blah. And it's so much, for some reason, And if this isn't the case for you, then congratulations, you're enlightened. It's so much harder to go like, hey, that was a great thing that just happened, and you and I, that was really awesome, and I feel closer, and blah, blah, blah. April and I would do that from time to time. Like, there was a time, even during the swinging, where, like, there was the time that Kayla was going down in the studio. She was going to be corner demon that night. April was really upset about it. I came back from boxing. I held her. We talked, everything else. And she said to me, and look, I get the swinging is fucked up and whatever, but this is the place we were in at the time. And she goes, I'm really glad we had this night together. It's good to know that if this ever all fell apart, that you and I can still do this. And that was really awesome. And then like 2 weeks later, it all went to shit. So such is the way with unstable ways of life.
Maybe that was the 7 year, you have 17-year locusts that they come once every 17 years. Well, maybe this was a 7 years, this was all I was supposed to get out of that. Maybe this was the bridge that I was supposed to travel on for 7 years. And then after that, that bridge was gonna collapse.
Dude, 7 years for a TV show partnership is fucking good. How many TV show partnerships last more than 7 years? Wilbon and Kornheiser, that's it. And they're not even in the same room a lot of the time. The PTI guys are the only ones I can think of that last more than 7. I mean, they've been going like 20 years, maybe more. But like 7 years is a long time.
And you're going to force me to go do something else.
But even then, was that the straw that broke the camel back?
See, if somebody else had said what Skip said, I wouldn't have batted an eye. But we're supposed to be teammates.
Yes, sir.
And I think that's what hurt me more than anything. My teammate, that's what he thought of me. It's kind of like when somebody else says something like, nothing gets you more upset than when your boys hit you.
Or somebody who really, you said 4 names. I know one of them was Sterling Sharp.
Yeah, like my homeboy, and I know, like, we and my homeboys, we joke a lot. But I know where not to go.
It's to a degree.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you know what? That's what happens to like bands and shit like that, and like McCartney and Lennon. You know what the problem is? Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless legit like loved each other. And that may be like a weird, like fucked up thing to think about. But at the same time, like, when you're in love or you have such a deep affection for that person and then you feel like they betrayed you, it's fucked up. Like, it does get to you a little bit. Kyler, thank you very much for the renewing the membership. 24 months with the baby boot. Fuck you, dude, becoming a member for 21 months, a steel toe bro. Thank you very much. That's going to do it for today. We're all done, boys and girls. What a great day. Knocked it out. Had a perfect week. Fucking haters again with some total bullshit come at us at the beginning of the week. By the middle of the week, we've got their fucking heads chopped off. Another win for the toe. Take it easy, everybody. Have a great 4th of July. We'll be back on Sunday night. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about everything that we did over the weekend. I don't know what time. I think we'll probably do it around 9, 10 o'clock, the members only show on Sunday. And then back to it on Monday morning at 6 a.m. with Johnny. Thank you guys very much. Have a great 4th of July weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.